Yup. What's up, Sumitha? What's up, Roland? How you guys doing? Good to see you. Oh, I tell you. I gotta move someplace with less snow. I'm tired of shoveling it. I am. Oh my. How we doing, Datron Voltari and O'Coral? Hope you guys are having a good day. We're so close. We're so close to the end of the year, you guys. We're so close. And as we know, excuse me, I'm gonna eat this little, what is it? It says it's a biscuit, but I don't know. When I think biscuit, I don't think like two cookie-like objects with almond butter sandwiched between them really counts. It's a biscuit sandwich of sorts. This year will never end. Yeah, we're gonna go all Cyberpunk 2077 on this year, and just every single time we're close to January the 1st, we're gonna take it forward one. So yeah, we got December 32nd, December 33rd, December 34th. It's just December from now on. December 2020. We're in hell. Oh, seriously though. Not even that much snow last night. I didn't think it was going to be a big deal, but it kept going through today. And then by the time it stopped, there was enough built up and not enough sun left that I had to go out and shovel it. Oh, that's just that's how I feel about that. There never is zombie brush. If that is your primary point of measurement for the quality of this stream, I'm afraid to announce that you will be disappointed. You will be disappointed. There's no Thunderstruck playing here because, well, Twitch would get all over my ass. Or they might not. I don't think I'm big enough for them to really get all over my ass, but they might. There's like a tiny % chance that some algorithm will notice and report it to some bean counter, and that bean counter will report me to some ass blaster, and that ass blaster will report me to the ass blasting department, and we'll get ass blasted. Nobody wants that, you know? These days, Twitch is really just one wall-to-wall ass blast. I don't want in on that. Personally. You can count me out. Yeah, did you guys see? I don't want to get into the political considerations of any of this, but for relevance to us, that some sleazebag douchebag politician did get a rider into the latest budget bill that I believe passed. It got signed Sunday, rendering through nebulous and unclear means unauthorized streaming, or rather streaming of unauthorized materials, is now a felony. That's my understanding. Now, I will not pretend to have read all of the relevant documentation or legalese, so it's entirely possible that it is, in fact, likely that it's a more complex issue than simply that. But the important part is, fuck the consumer. That's really what you should take away from that. It's desperately important that multi-million to multi-billion dollar corporations have their rights protected from scum like you, and you deserve to have committed a federal crime. A federal crime. If you're caught streaming unauthorized material. It's another one of those where it's like, are you likely to actually be charged? Probably not. Are you likely to actually gain... You know, I saw that, Roland. I saw that. I just want to say, and I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole on this one, because it's not an interesting conversation. It's a contentious one. That 1974 law that he used to send it back with his little, I wrote something in the margins in protest. It's functionally meaningless. They're under no... What that means is Congress has to take a look at it and go, yes, we looked at your complaint. And then do it anyway. They do not give a shit. They're not legally required to give a shit. And anyone who thinks that they're going to give a shit is living on Fantasy Island. Yeah, I don't think anybody even really looked at that part of the... There's so much pressure from so many sides to get that shit passed right now that nobody's really paying attention. Nobody in Congress gives a shit about streaming. Most of these people are so fucking old, so unbelievably old, out of touch, that they don't know what streaming is. You think Mitch McConnell knows what the hell streaming is outside of something that his grandkids do with Fortnite? Them Fortnites? I don't think he does. I really don't. 11th session, thank you so much for that follow, man. You caught me in the middle of one of my very rare forays into anything even remotely political, but it does pertain to Twitch streaming, so I felt it appropriate. Speaking of Fortnite, how are you enjoying that, Roland? Don't mind my cookie eating. We're going to paint some crossbones here in a minute. Oh. I got this paint in to finish off. Wow, it looks really blue in the camera. Looks much greener in real life. I don't know if this is really the color I'm going to want. But I'm going to finish off Iron Man with this today. We'll see if it looks good. And if it doesn't, well, I'll do something else on the next one. I think you're being generous, Zombie Brush. I don't think that they think about it at all. I do not believe that they've even looked at it. The world, man. What are we gonna do about it? I don't know. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna paint some fucking models. I'm gonna play some games. I'm gonna roll some dice, and I'm just gonna hope that I croak before we're too far into the downslope, as it were. That's my retirement plan. I've really got my head on straight, don't I? That's the issue with the Datron Voltari, is that it's unclear. Whether it was meant to go after certain parties who are in fact doing things illegal and for profit and should be gone after. The fact is that it's broad enough it could be used to go after a lot of little guys who really don't deserve to be gone after, but nobody gives a shit about protecting them, so, you know, here we are. Hooray! Hooray for live streaming! I believe that, Roland. When do we get to start wearing leather and spikes? Did you not get the memo? Zombie Brush, that happened a while ago, dude. Also, if you want water or gasoline, you're gonna have to start taking place in the like monthly convoys now going between major cities. You drive fast, you drive hard, you drive close together, you know, you protect one another, you use the crossbows mounted on top of the tanker to hold off bandits. It's the new thing. Why, hello, Riot Sister. I'm eating a cookie, I'm sorry. I don't normally eat on stream. It's probably a bad habit, I shouldn't get into it, it's gross. I had to have a cookie. Had to have a cookie. Oh my god, could we get a shout out, by the way? Real quick, we got a mod here. Could we get a shout out for Steiner Miniatures and Zombie Brush Studios? Two of the coolest dudes I know on Twitch. I assume you're saying talk with my mouth full, because I often eat with my mouth full. It may not be couth, but I do it. I do it. You chew that cookie. You chew that cookie, streamer. We could turn into one of those streams. You know the ones where people pay money for, like, Asian women to smear cake into their faces and stuff? We could totally do that. Would you guys pay for that content? Because I'd be down to provide it. It seems like a dream job, if I'm being honest. Yeah. Alright, let me wipe off my desk here. How you doing today, Steiner? How you doing, Zombie Brush? How have things been going? I haven't been able to stop into either of your dudes' streams for a little while. Shit's just been busy. You know how it goes. But yeah, definitely go give, if you enjoy painting streams, like if you're here right now and you're here because you want to see me paint stuff, first of all, you're probably a little disappointed that I've been going for like 10 minutes not painting anything. And secondly, go follow Steiner Miniatures and go follow Zombie Brush Studios. Guys, follows are free. They cost you literally nothing. Your worst case scenario here is you go over, you know, one day you're like, oh, Steiner Miniatures. He's streaming. I should, let me click on over there. Ooh, what's he doing? Oh, look at that. Look, he's painting a Stormcast Eternal, and he's doing a really cool job. Ooh, whoa, he painted that Necron. That Necron looks like it's coming up out of the ice. It's so cool. Ooh, he used just one color to do this whole mini and its base? That's amazing. And then he looks into the camera at you, and you see the mustache, and you see that little mischievous glint in his eye. A wave of discomfort just sort of pours over your body. Blacked out memories of your childhood come pouring back. And you realize I don't want to follow Uncle Touchy. This is making me this is a nightmare. And then you unfollow. But you know, the important thing is you've learned something on that day. And ultimately it cost you nothing. Where am I going with this scenario? I'm not strictly sure. You know, if I'm being honest, it kind of got away from me. But the point is, if I can bring it back around for just a moment, go follow Steiner Miniatures. And Zombie Brush Studios. Honestly, like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm a jackass. But seriously, follow both those dudes. Zombie Brush has been doing some really, really cool monochromatic stuff lately that makes me a little painter envious. Damn it, I thought I fixed that. I thought I fixed it. Hang on. Son of a bitch. Let me try a restart. Okay, you can shave the mustache off, Steiner, but it never really goes away. It's part of who you are, and even when it's not physically there, the camera is a little bit like a window into the soul, and it shows the truth, my friend. Alright, hang on a second. Let me restart my chatbot. I just reset my chatbot and my audio drivers and reconfigured it, and then I did a preview and it still didn't run. I thought I had it working earlier. I believe that installing Voicemeeter just fucked my audio cable drivers. And my audio drivers and reconfigured it, and I did a preview and it still didn't run. I thought I had it working. Also, I can hear myself in the background, which is problematic. Let me go ahead and mute that. Yeah. You be quiet. You be quiet, Thunderhead, in the other window. God, these streamers. These streamers. Okay, that should be fixed now. I am sorry about the audio problems. We had it fixed. We had it running so smooth. We had it running so nice. And then I was like, I need to update my audio game. I need to get with it. I need to be a pro streamer. What does everybody use? Oh, they use Voicemeeter. It's an amazing piece of software. Let's install it. And it just took my audio drivers and just right over the desk. It was terrible. What's up, Papa Bear? How you doing, Data Nerd? Crossbow Roof, good to see ya. Well, I'll tell you, we might not have audio today. We might not have audio today. I thought I had fixed it. I apparently had not. I'm going to have to take another run at it in time for the upcoming stream on Thursday, the 31st. You can't even hear Pretzel. That's odd. You should be able to hear Pretzel. Because I am seeing Pretzel on my mixer. Are you sure you're not hearing it? It might just be a little bit low. The music is going. Okay, yeah, I think maybe you just had your volume a little... I mean, the sound's a little bit low. It's a quiet song. It is a bit of a quiet tune. Howdy, howdy, Danny the Wolf Queen. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Let's go ahead and actually paint some figures, and we can go ahead and figure out our voice clips a little bit later. That really is just so... It's disappointing. It's disappointing. I thought I'd done something good. I thought I'd fix something. And I hadn't. This is an endless cycle. Maybe it's just the fact that we're coming up on January. We're coming up on that 1-year streamiversary. You know? And our audio problems are going to cycle just like the days do. You remember back when my audio didn't work at all between streams? We're going back. We're going back there, Riot Sister. You really want to be my... I mean... I can... I don't... You do so much. You do... so very much for me already. I actually do test streams. They're just recorded. Nothing actually broadcasted. Zombie Brush Studios tossing that tier 1 sub over to Steiner Miniatures, which he cannot use to play voice clips because of my incompetence. There is a certain bitter irony about that, isn't there? Zombie Brush, thank you so much for that gift sub, man. I hope things have been going well for you lately, man. Again, I'm sorry, I have not been able to pop into you guys' streams lately. It's funny. It's funny because... It's funny to me. Because the painting community, the Twitch community, the art community, we're all so sort of wrapped up in each other. We're all so supportive of one another. And the actual time that many of us get to spend in each other's streams is very limited. Because we're always working on our own shit. It's hard. But, you know, we bullshit. We bullshit on Discord, and we keep up with what we're working on. It's one of the things I like most about the Storm Report, is I get the chance to see what other people are working on, even if I'm not able to make it into their streams. Hey, Teal, how you doing today, man? Good to see ya. Did we get a shout-out for Teal already? I think we did. Did I see it just a minute ago? If I didn't, we should definitely have one, because there is another fantastic streamer that you need to be following if you're not already. I can't imagine that you'd be in this stream and following this one and not be interested in what he's up to. Right? I love this t-shirt. I have a mixer. I haven't seen your latest stuff, Steiner. That's true. What's your latest stuff? I'm going to open up this bottle of paint. Hopefully it won't explode because of the pressure change. It didn't explode. I'm very pleased with that. They gave me this little squeezy top here. So let's put that on. What up, what up, what up? We got MCBTV in the hizzy. Look at that, look at that. Just like, I had to think it. I just thought to myself, we should shout out MCB. We should get a shout out. Boom, it happened. Like fucking magic. Like magic. Definitely not through the coordinated and really incredibly generous efforts of my amazing mod team. No. Let's go with magic. That's a much better explanation. So I've got this... I'm going to do this before I get to going here on Crossbones, because I just got this in today. Let me go ahead and put Iron Man on a painting handle here. All I should need to do on Iron Man is glaze on these fluorescent colors and then finish his base a little bit. This is a fluorescent blue-green that I picked up. It says it's fluorescent. We'll see how it does. Fluorescent aqua. There we go. I'm not sure if I like the color. It looked better online, and I didn't have a chance to test it. So we're going to try it out on Iron Man, and if I hate it, I might get another one. We'll see. Hamburg Tack, my man, good to see you. How you doing today, MCB? It looks a little bit different in person than it does on the camera. It has a little bit more zhuzh to it. But it is not as fluorescent as some of the other fluorescent paints I have, so... hopefully if I put it on thin, it'll still do the job. It's also very green. I was hoping for a bit more blue in the aqua. It's very green. But we shall see. Stressful day, but glad it's over. I am glad to hear that. Not that it's stressful, but that it's over. MCB, how are you, man? Hope you're having a good day. MCB TV, ladies and gentlemen, an excellent variety streamer. Good friend of mine here on Twitch. One of the fine gentlemen who actually got me started streaming in the first place, which happened damn near a year ago. Damn near a year ago. We are coming up on that real hot, real fast. Ooh, 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 ooh. Walter's Workshop in the house. There is another shout out that we are gonna have to get. You know, for the new year, I gotta get some It's Always Sunny clips on here. I gotta get some It's Always Sunny clips so I have something just to play for Walter. I'm gonna get that clip, Walter. You know, the one that I always think of when I see you is just jabroni. Cool word. I'm just thinning this fluorescent paint a little bit because I just want to glaze it over my details here and I don't want it to overpower anything. Let's see what it does. It's a cool word. Yeah, how is the Burger Fam launch going? I only recently caught some of the details on that, man. How's it going? Walter's Workshop, another streamer who, if you're not following him already, you should go do it right now. You should go do it right now. Click on over to his page and click follow. He streams regularly. You'll know within a few days if that is going to be a regular follow for you, and I've got money on it being one of your new favorites. Him. I guess it's a him rather than an it. It is this paint is not anywhere near as fluorescent as my other Createx colors. Oh well. I had hoped it would be significantly more vivid, which is why I did this the way I did. But, oh well, lesson learned. I think it'll still do the job reasonably well. And then I'll brighten it up for Iron Man Round 2. Dropped our first podcast and it's already getting suggested. Hell yeah, man. It's true, he doesn't even own a 3D printer. I don't even know how I can bring myself to recommend someone who doesn't own a 3D printer. You think I had no pride left? Who doesn't 3D print these days, guys? Who doesn't have a 3D printer? Scrubs, that's who. You don't want to be a scrub, do you? None of you fine people want to be scrubs. Who wants to be a scrub? And if you don't want to be a scrub, you know what you should do? You should be right here in this stream, January 20th, for the 1-year streamiversary, where if you don't have an Ender 3, there's a chance you might just win one. Just a chance. Just a chance. We are going to be having that subscriber giveaway on the 20th for a base model Ender 3 to celebrate 1 year here on Twitch. I'm looking forward to it. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I'm looking forward to it. I don't like this color. I'm not a huge fan of how this is coming out. I'm going to have to do a teeny bit more work on it, and then I'm going to have to change my colors for when I do the second Iron Man. It's not bad, but it's not what I'd been hoping for. It's not as fluorescent as my other Createx colors. This is what I get for ordering paint online instead of buying it in person. I mean, you know, it's blue. It's lending the color that I want. It looks okay. It doesn't look as good as I'd hoped. That's okay, though. That's okay. No big deal. We live and learn, and then get loves. Probably put an extra dab of white up there, and then in the middle of these two. But either way, I am going to go ahead and call this. Why don't I make a glaze with one of the blues I do have? So this effectively has come out to be like a blue glaze, like I would have done that myself. I was hoping it was going to be an actual fluorescent and much more vivid than this. I've been using fluorescence on lots of my MCB figures lately. MCB? No, that's the Burger Fam. MCP, Marvel Crisis Protocol. So I was hoping this would go differently, but this'll do. This'll do. I could have done this like a week ago. MCB figures, let's go. I'd paint some burgers. Some battle burgers, as it were. Somebody make this game. Battle burgers. You can give me royalties for the idea. But anyway, okay, here's Iron Man. I'm calling this Iron Man done, but for basing. So there you have it, folks. Bing, bang, boom. We did the Marvel Crisis Protocol Iron Man. We're going to do another one here in a little bit. Not right now, mind you. But there's one. What we're actually going to be painting today is our good friend Mark Rumlow, also known as Crossbones from Marvel Crisis Protocol. We have done one of these figures already right here on the stream. I'm thinking that we might do a better job the second time around. So let's get started. Oh, I like how the wheel of my chair is resting on my headphone cable. That's probably good for it. Brock. Sorry, yeah, Brock. Why was I thinking Mark? Was I thinking... You know what it is? I get confused about Crossbones' name because Brock Rumlow is played by... It's not even Mark. It's not even Mark. It's Frank Grillo. Frank Grillo plays Brock Rumlow. And then also Mark Ruffalo is in a movie with Brock Rumlow played by Frank Grillo. And yeah, the names get a little jumbled up from time to time. Wee little bit. Do I have? Yeah, I do. I have a bottle of wine. It's over there. It's over there. I gotta go get it. But here's the first one that we did that I think we can improve on this one. He wound up a little desaturated. He's got some good details on him, but he could definitely use some cleaning up. So let's get into it. I like the brown boots. I like the brown leather straps. I don't hate what I did with the jeans. The only question from that point is, what do I do with the tactical vest? That should be fun to figure out. Hey, Dave's Mini Yard, how you doing today, man? You are absolutely correct for Gadarung. I will not make him pink. That's not a thing that I'm gonna do. I have no intention of doing that. Yeah, I know. The voice command sound is still a little fucked. We just figured that out. I had it working for a second and then it ate itself. What I'm convinced happened at this point is that when I installed Voice Meter Potato, it fucked my virtual audio cable sound drivers because their names have been changed and at least one of them... See, the confusing part to me is that even when I change the virtual audio cable that the chatbot is using, that doesn't actually fix it. But that's not true, Riot Sister. Potato is Banana, but with an extra virtual output channel. It's the same goddamn piece of software, and it's newer. Potato is the replacement for Banana, so it's not even remotely feasible that it's worse. I mean, I guess it's remotely feasible, but it's unlikely, it seems. Starting with some Night Sky Blue, which has just a touch of lavender in it. To do his jeans and his undershirt as a base. Yeah, I gotta figure it out. Today we did some Scorched Earth, and it was awesome. The missiles, they went whoosh. I was unable to be there this morning, Chaotic, but I'm glad to hear you guys had fun. Did we already get a shout-out for Chaotic? We should have. You know what? I don't like this color. As soon as I started applying it, I was like, you know, this is a bad idea. Let's go to something... Go to something... a little different. Lendanus Gray from Scale 75. What does that look like? I've never used this one. Oh, it's a little purple too. Oh, the purple's a bad idea, I feel like. Just wanted a saturated blue. What have I got? Snow Shadow? That seems promising. Yeah. Hell yeah, it's all about the, what's the name of it? I can't remember the brand now. They are the... it's written on the side, Wrathcore. Wrathcore hobby holder. Yeah, they did a Kickstarter a couple years back. Well, we had our fun, the enemy's not so much, even told by the community outreach guy from PGI that yes, we know it's an issue, but we're on vacation. Hey, Hardy, how you doing today, man? Yeah, this is a better color. This is a better color for what I'm doing. Good old Snow Shadow. Evening. How you doing, North Star Hero? Good to see you, man. I'm off to a bad start. I just put down two colors that I decided I disliked. Instead of putting down more color, I'm just going to mix something in until I get someplace I'm comfortable with. So I'm going to put a little heavy blue down. Or a program, you can make your own stuff for the 3D printer. Woo, that is a rabbit hole, Dave. Yes. 3D modeling in general. You can make all kinds of stuff for the 3D printer. All kinds of stuff, let me tell you. Now, it depends on how complex you want to get. There are definitely some options that are low overhead, free software, and the like, all the way up to paid options, expensive pieces of software like ZBrush, like Fusion 360. So it depends on what you want to make, Dave, and how far down that rabbit hole you want to get, because 3D modeling is its own whole wacky discipline. Yeah, Vergaderung's right on with that one. Try Tinkercad, then Mesh Mixer, or Blender, or Fusion 360. Blender is a good option. It has a high learning curve, but it is free and open source. And everybody loves that. Yeah, 3D Builder is honestly not a bad place to start at all. It's very, very user-friendly, and it comes with Windows. And who doesn't love that? How you doing, Gear Falcon? Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, there we go. Let's work with these two and see where we come out. Alright, starting in on the jeans. I assume he's wearing jeans. I guess they could be like, you know, tactical pants like BDUs or something like that, but I figure Brock is kind of he's a pretty casual dude for being a supervillain, or super criminal, or whatever he would be classified as. Pretty easygoing fella, more of a blue jeans kind of guy. I like to wear my blue jeans when I go try to fist fight Captain America, you know? Super fucked. Yeah, there you go. That's a solid descriptor. Let's go with that. He is a bit of a fuck, this guy. I was a little disappointed that they killed him off as quickly as they did in the MCU. After spending multiple movies having him as like a background character and building him up to be a future villain and giving him like, not a great backstory, but a backstory, which is more than a lot of people get. And then they're like, oh, let's have him fight Captain America for 30 seconds or so, and then just explode. Do you think maybe we want to keep him around so we could bring him back for later movies? Nah, just have him explode. That's cool. WandaVision is going to bring... I mean, okay, I guess they could bring anyone they want back with a show like WandaVision. Consequences? Consequences? This is the Marvel Universe. You out of your mind? Nothing we do has consequences. This is a movie series with like a 20-year run centered on the acquisition of magic rocks that can literally do anything you want, and you think we're gonna have consequences? What the hell's wrong with you? Dark Fox, take it easy, man. You take it easy. Don't even worry about it. Get yourself a nap, bro. Yeah, the God Hands cutters they're a wee bit much, even for me. And by a wee bit much, I mean holy shit expensive. Oh, I am tired tonight, you guys. Just exhaustipated. Kidding me? I literally just rolled that out of the way of my wheel. I turn away, I roll my wheel, and it goes over it because the fucking cord is like magnetically attracted to the wheels of my chair. Apparently. I mean, for everyone's sake, hopefully soon, Chaotic Harmony. I mean, no, never. That'll never happen. Don't say that, bro. So I'm going to go ahead and let people know now. We are going to be doing something a little fun. Not crazy fun, but a little fun. This next stream on the 31st as we transition, as we move over into 2021, we are going to be having a year in review session as part of the upcoming Storm Report. What does this mean? What does this mean to you? What does this mean practically? What do you have to know about this? Well, what I want to see for Thursday's Storm Report, if you choose to participate, are 3 things, 3 pictures from each person who decides to post. And those 3 pictures are very, very simple. The first, the last, and your favorite. Of what, you might ask? Well, art. Art, says I. Now, at first I was saying it should be miniatures. The first miniature you painted this year, the last miniature you painted this year, and your favorite miniature that you painted this year. But it occurred to me that we have a whole lot more than just miniature painters here in this community. So that has now been broadly extended to art. Art that you have done, art that you are proud of. Or not even. You don't even have to be proud of it. We just want to see what you've done this year if you feel like sharing. First, last, and favorite. It can be your favorite for any number of reasons. Maybe you enjoyed doing it. Maybe you're really, really pleased with the outcome. Maybe you learned something really cool while you were painting that one. Just, whatever. Whatever. We will take a look, do a little comparison, and just sort of, look back on the good things this year has brought us as we celebrate it passing on. No, he can't post Chapter 3. Absolutely not. Data Nerd, yeah, I got your message on that just a minute ago. And I'll let you know specifically. I think probably yes, though. Probably we'll just do it at the same time and then continue on to midnight. Because I don't figure everybody's going to be staying up with me all fucking night, you know? Playing stupid video games and waiting for 2020 to end. What kind of life is that? I'm not proud of them, but I have a book building of platypus drawings. Why not proud? Why not proud? I'd be proud of that. I got a book of fucking nothing drawings because I'm a talentless ass. I paint miniatures. I can't like draw things out of nothing. I need a 3D physical armature to guide my hand, or I might as well just be nothing. I am tired today. More than I thought earlier. I hope you all are having a fantastic Tuesday out there, out in the world, out amongst the peoples. Or just at home. Being out amongst the peoples is kind of challenging these days. He's got these funny, like robo fists. I'm going to start off in this same color. And then work up some metallics on the back of his hand. He's got like power fists. Like Fallout-style power fists as opposed to Warhammer 40k style power fists. I mean, I guess they're the same style, but they're sort of a different order of magnitude. Platypodes. Platyfolk, platypeople. Absolutely. Well, I wanted to actually... I mean, my reason for doing this stream is the same as it was when I started back in January. It's so I paint models, ultimately. It's to keep me painting. I love that you guys like to come out and hang out with me while I do this. But if I'm not getting models painted, I'm doing something wrong. Doing something wrong. I am going to be going to almost pure black to base some other parts of this guy. What's another way that I could do that? What's another color that I could base his... I mean, he wears a lot of black, and there's not really much to be done about that. I'll take a bit of black and mix myself up a gray that I like. I guess I could do slightly warm grays. Slightly warm. That's not a bad idea. For his tactical gear... This is that one, Sumitha. Yes, that is precisely the one. His face, you can see here, is a separate piece of plastic from the rest of his head. You clip it and you stick it into his head and you glue it down. It's a little bit wild. Yeah, I'm going to go with this Pro Acryl Warm Dark Gray as my base. And we'll see if we can't differentiate his underclothing from his tactical gear a little bit. I was pretty impressed by Crossbones when I actually put him on the table to play some Marvel Crisis Protocol. He doesn't seem like he would be the most enthralling, the most fun of characters, but even amongst characters like Captain America and Black Widow, Crossbones hits hard. Like, that's all he does. He hits, and he gets close, and he hits again, and then maybe he hits you twice, but he hits like a fucking truck. Only pros use Pro Acryl. Well, that's not true. I'm using it right now. Pro Acryl is a very, very nice paint, though. Ever since I got turned on to it, managed to grab their starter set. I'm definitely going to be getting some more in the future. Probably not for a little while. I have more than enough paints to last me, I would estimate, through the entirety of this year. This upcoming year. But when the occasion does arise for me to pick up some more paint sets, I feel pretty certain that Pro Acryl is going to be my next big purchase. Another one of their sets. They did sets, their expansion sets for their core set. Can't say the word set today for whatever reason. There has been a mysterious kitty cat showing up on cameras around the property for the last few nights. I don't see it during the day. But at night, this floofy-tailed spotted cat has been coming around the back of the house. We got some food out for her. Got a little spot, try to lure her in. But looked around a little bit today, and I never see this cat during the day. Never see this cat during the day. Wonder where she goes. I assume it's a she. Isn't necessarily. If only it would play. Yeah, I'm determined to have that fixed by Thursday. I wish I knew what was wrong, because I thought I fixed it, and apparently I had not. Maybe I'll do a full reinstall of Chatbot? I don't know. I blame my attempt to upgrade to Voice Meter Potato. It screwed my audio drivers. That's the only answer I can think of, because this never happened before I tried that installation, and then it swapped the names of a lot of my drivers around without asking me. You would think that they would leave one another alone, what with being made by the same company and all. Company might be generous. Made by the same people. You got your answer why Johnny's flashbacks in Cyberpunk 2077 differ from canon. I assumed that was because Johnny Silverhand is an unreliable narrator in the same sense that he is an unreliable person. That was my assumption, Roland. I'd be curious to find out if you got like an actual reason out of somebody. I just figured if you're delving into the memories of someone like Johnny Silverhand, if you'll pardon the expression, drug-addled, self-obsessed, narcissistic maniac, his memories might not be the most trustworthy version of historical events. It's just possible that he's, completely full of shit. Arasaka edited his memories. I mean, I guess that's possible, too. Wait, did they explicitly state that at some point? I missed it if they did. Hey, Frankie Carbone. How we doing today, Frankie? Can we get a shout out? For one, Frankie Carbone. Very, very entertaining variety streamer. Associate of the MCB. That's usually how I wind up watching Frankie Carbone, is I'll be hanging out in MCB stream, and MCB's like, let's go see what Frankie's doing. Let's go see what Frankie's playing. And then I find myself enthralled. How you doing today, Frankie? It's good to see you. Okay. That actually does, because, like, I noticed if you read through the intro in Cyberpunk Red, they have the story of Alt Cunningham being kidnapped after the gig and getting taken to Arasaka Tower and all that. And as I was reading that, I'm like, well, this is literally a scene in Cyberpunk 2077 where Johnny remembers Alt Cunningham being taken, and it played out differently than this. I mean, it's a convenient hand wave to just say, look, we didn't double check every single damn thing. But whatever, I'm okay with it. Pretzel, I don't want you playing this shit, man. What are you doing to me? Blacklist. Damn it, Harris Heller. Fucking Harris Heller, I swear, he is a menace. Tentative title for a DLC? Is it called Bug Fix? Because that would be super. Oh, it's going, Frankie. It is going. We are just getting started. This will be my second round painting this particular miniature. I did one earlier in the year for a friend of mine. Now I'm doing this one for myself, so that I can play Marvel Crisis Protocol right here at home instead of always using Tabletop Simulator. Marvel Crisis Protocol really is a great game, you guys. Like, I won't hesitate to call out a game when the mechanics are poor or don't yield the results that you would hope for if you were a fan. Because, like, lots of these games, you know, they're based on pre-existing characters. There's lots of preconceived notions about how strong things should be and how they should interact and how their fights should go. And I always find the fights in Marvel Crisis Protocol to play out very, very cinematically. Very much how you would expect superhero fights to go. It's one of the few miniature games based on superheroes I've played where it's fairly standard to be like, I pick up this car and I throw it at you. I don't know why that gets left out of, like, Batman miniatures. I mean, I guess you can do it in Batman miniatures game, but it's, like, weirdly complex, and it's much simpler in MCP. Not too excited about Heller's track list. Sounds like a bunch of bass Casio sound. Some of his stuff is really good. Some of his stuff is really good. Some of his stuff is not so good. But you know the funny thing about that MCB? Harris Heller has made so much music. Just so much raw music. So many individual tracks that I feel like that kind of makes sense. You're like, well, if he's made thousands of tracks, it's probably more like hundreds. I think it's probably more accurate to say that he's made hundreds of tracks. Some of them are not going to be great. Some of them are pretty good. Some of them pop up and I'm like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, Harris Heller TA84, it's a great song. A lot of them are kind of, yeah. But you know what they are? They're free. They're royalty free. I can play them on a playlist that gets updated regularly, and I am not at risk of committing a felony by playing them, so thank you, Harris Heller. But also, occasionally, fuck you, Harris Heller. But mostly thank you. Brown boots, brown straps. I like that on the last one, and I'm just going to do it again on this one. Working with a little bit of Vallejo game color, heavy sienna here. I want there to be some heavy red in the leather. He's not going to be the most diverse character color-wise, but Crossbones is never going to be. That's just, it's the nature of his outfit. I feel like if you make him too colorful, you're kind of missing the point. He's a psychotic merc who doesn't feel pain and punches dudes with metal fists. I mean, how colorful is he really going to be? I do want to pick up from MCP Taskmaster, though. Taskmaster has a really, really cool model, and he is a similar character, but with the opportunity for a lot more interesting colors to play with. His music throws me off when it comes on. Which playlist are you using, MCB, out of curiosity? Like, which playlist with a bunch of Harris Heller? Because I run his synthwave station on Pretzel. It's not really his, it's just that Pretzel has a lot of Harris Heller on there. So you end up with, like, Aphelion, Harris Heller, Roborg. I feel like there's occasionally an instrumental from Scandroid in there. What is printing? What indeed? Bramage, if you're ever curious about that, you can always hit !STL, and usually you will get an accurate reporting of what is on the 3D printer. That is a Borealis dropship, the 4th that I have printed recently, because that's something else that's going to be happening too. In addition to sending out a number of these to some stream supporters and good friends, there will be another Borealis dropship going on the printer as a giveaway prize for the upcoming 1-year Streamiversary, January 20th. Be here or be somewhere else. But here is good. You should be here. You could also be somewhere else, but you should be here. Oh, Hamburg, that's actually... Yeah, thank you. Oh, tug that pillow up a little bit there. It works! My God. It's almost like I did it on purpose or something. It's crazy. Crazy times. Oof, I really am tired today. Just groggier than I usually am. My sleep schedule lately, you guys, has just been, like, calling it a sleep schedule is generous. It is out of control. It's amazing how much of an impact that can have on your daily energy levels, like, until you've really experienced it for an extended period of time. Oh, Data Nerd, thank you so much for the reminder. Harris Heller does good work. He really does. And he's a cool dude. I mean, he might not be as cool as he puts on, because it's definitely like his persona, his online persona, when he's here on Twitch, when he's streaming, when he's doing his videos. He's like... I mean, if you watch his videos, you have to know that some aspect of his personality that he is showing us is a very carefully considered one, because he talks about doing that. But he does a good job at it. He comes across as Mr. fucking cool guy with the coiffed haircut. I'm always a little bit like, I want to be cool like that guy. Yeah. If you're not following him, MCB, well, you obviously are. You obviously know who he is, but if anybody here has not heard of Harris Heller, he runs, I don't know if he runs, but he releases videos under the Alpha Gaming channel on YouTube. And he also has a stream right here on Twitch. He has some of the best advice for growing your stream and for being a streamer in general that I have personally ever seen. His tips have helped me immensely. Immensely. And if you're looking for advice to grow on Twitch, or to improve the quality of your stream, or to narrow your content, things like how to think about how you are a streamer, what your goals are, that sort of stuff, like, go look up Harris Heller. Go look up Harris Heller, watch his videos, follow his advice. You will not regret your choice. Sloppy, sloppy. Because we can always clean up later. Like, not all of his videos are necessarily the most useful for everyone, but he's not, you know, he's making them for everyone and for a broad list of applications. So it's one of those where if you just go sit down with like a playlist of Harris Heller's how to stream videos and watch all of them, you're going to find something that pertains to you. And he's really good about noting that, being like, this piece of advice here may not make any sense for you based on how you're growing your channel. But it's worth knowing anyway. He's very down to earth, he's very realistic, and he debunks a lot of the bad advice that Twitch streamers get when they're first starting out. I personally found that very helpful early on. Harris who? Harris who's he? What's it? Yeah, it's Harris Heller. Alpha Gaming is the channel you're looking for. I know you're pretty serious. You're pretty serious about streaming these days. Steiner, you should definitely check it out. So psyched about a possible Cyberpunk Red game. What do you mean, like a video game based on Cyberpunk Red? If someone took... Oh, wow. That one just hit me. If someone took the Shadowrun tabletop game system that they developed, that they did the... Okay, that too. But if someone took the Shadowrun system that they developed and they did Dragonfall in and put a Cyberpunk Red module in that, that would be cool as shit. That would be pretty neat. Yeah, we're going to be playing some Cyberpunk Red. By the way, I need to dial back my rhetoric on that one a little bit. I think last stream I said, we're going to play in Trinity City. I had to dial that back a little bit. I got a little ahead of myself. That needs more development. I should say, more accurately, it is my goal to later in the year start an RPG session here on Twitch that is set within the currently being written setting of Trinity City as a place. But the upcoming game that we're going to be playing with Roland and Co. right here on the stream will still be set in Night City and in the official Cyberpunk universe. There's some kind of who's on Twitch routine. I'm not smart enough for snappy humor like that. What a touch of dwarf skin in with my rust red. Just a touch. Yeah, Katic Harmony's already a cool kid, so he doesn't need some square telling him how to run his channel. Psh, come on. Come on, he says. It's true. Katic Harmony's a big idol of mine as far as Twitch streaming goes. When I first got started streaming on Twitch, which it's still hard for me to believe that was about a year ago. It's still like, I feel like every day I'm like, you know, we just started doing this. I'm so brand new to it. I am. I've only been doing it for a year, but I've been doing it for a year. Damn. But Katic Harmony's a big inspiration for me. I looked to your stream for ideas, for inspiration, and for encouragement. You really kind of helped me get going, man. And it has been in turn my great pleasure to encourage you to paint more over the course of this year. He's an idol of mine. You really think that matters, Katic Harmony? You know, here's the thing, man. You know how fickle Twitch is. You know you've been here longer than I have. I could be pulling a lot of viewers right now, and it could drop off tomorrow. It could all go away tomorrow. I could say or do one stupid thing, and bing, bang, boom. It's over. Who's that Thunderhead guy? Who even cares? You've been doing it a lot longer than I have, man. Mad fucking respect. I'm glad, dude. I'm glad that you think it's a fun idea. I ripped it off. I completely ripped it off from another streamer, but, you know, we call that inspiration around here. All of this is Katic Harmony's fault. We've tracked it to the source. See, now you know. You've tracked it to the catalyst event. So if you go back in time, you can stop all of this Thunderhead bullshit from happening in the first place, Walter. I believe in you, man. Save the cheerleader, save the world. Yeah, we're all bots. I don't actually have any followers. One of the first things that happened on this stream was one of those bots came in and was like, you can buy followers and become famous tomorrow. And I've just been spending all my money on that since then. It makes me feel good, though, you know? Dude, honestly, like, this year is one of those years where, looking back on it, if you accomplished nothing, most people would be like, well, you know, that makes sense. It was 2020. It's been hard to even wake up some of these damn days. Let alone stay positive, let alone achieve something. A lot of people are looking at the end of 2020 like, hey, at the beginning of this year I had a job, and now I'm, you know, pricing laminated cardboard boxes for my future living in a fucking alleyway. So the fact that we've done this is, I think, pretty damned impressive. If we've improved as artists over the course of this year and we've got friends to share that with, that in and of itself is an accomplishment. In my opinion. Yeah. Don't know any cheerleaders to save, but I'm in my 30s, so yeah, it's probably good. Probably. You probably shouldn't. I mean, you know, unless you're like... Unless you are involved in a major sports league at this point, you probably shouldn't know that many cheerleaders. That would seem to be strange for men our age, Walter. Men our age. Have I ever used that phrase before in anything? You ever say a phrase and it just feels foreign and weird and you realize, like, I don't think I've ever said that before. Men our age. Such a simple combination of words. So loaded. So loaded. I don't think I'm comfortable with it. Seinfeld might have been onto something there. Data Nerd has a friend who's a professional cheerleader. Well, fucking hook it up, Data Nerd. Then Walter and I can say we know a cheerleader. And of course, literally the first thing I think of, Walter, is that, oh, what's that? You got a lesion, bro. No, it's a hickey. Oh, I thought girls our age didn't give hickeys. Well, they don't. But I met a very young woman at the cinema the other day. Oh, weird. She's legal. She's legal. I checked her ID. I do that all the time now. And for anyone who doesn't watch It's Always Sunny, you probably think I'm a little stranger now. Well, I am, and you should also be watching It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. It's one of the best shows ever. Didn't they just get renewed for like 4 more seasons or something stupid like that? The real secret is Thunderhead himself is a bot. First stream a bot offered to replace him for money, and here we are. Bleep, bloop, blort. Yeah. The evidence speaks for itself, doesn't it? The gang gets renewed over and over and over again. Walter, my boy. What's your favorite episode, dude? I'm kinda curious. I know I've got a favorite. I'm curious if you do too. Clean up this base coat. We'll do a little bit of highlighting on it, and then I think black wash it back down. I don't know what color I want to do for the knife grip yet. I think I'll leave it alone for the moment. I may redo the knife scabbard as leather. The more I look at it, the more I think that's a good idea. Yeah. Just to get a little bit of extra color on the tactical vest. Yeah, I think that's a good move. I'm going to go with damn near black. With just a touch of blue that I'm mixing in. For the hardware on his fists. And then highlight it up from there. Really hard to say. The Nightman Cometh is classic. You know what's funny about that one, Walter? I should finish reading your comment, but Charlie Work is another amazing episode. It really is. I think Charlie Work is one of the most... It's an episode that highlights how experimental they've become in their directorial style ever since they started not giving a shit. Like, obviously they care, but they reached a point where they were like, look, we've done all the stupid plots we can do. We got to start playing with the directorial style. We got to start giving people a chance to do something really fun with this. I think Charlie Work is one of the best experimental episodes they've ever done. Charlie Work is... It's just beautifully directed. And then at the end, when he perfects his joke chair and Dee falls, and he's so proud of himself, and Mac is like, "Oh, did you do that, Dennis?" And Dennis goes, "You know what? I think I did." And he just takes credit for it. He's not sure if he did, but he's comfortable just taking credit anyway. That is a fantastic episode. Just because you can, Chaotic, does not mean that you should. Yeah, Casino reads. I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, where they steal the baby for D. That's a fantastic episode. Y'all better eat a dick, because Sweet D beat the system. What? I'm not stealing from the government, if that's what you're trying to imply. Your license plate says scamming. Whatever did happen to AP Bio? I didn't watch it. I did not watch it. I told myself, like, I'm gonna wait for more of it to come out, and then I'll watch it. And I don't know, I never got around to it or something. Was it any good? It seemed like it was just kind of Glenn Howerton doing Dennis, but in a slightly different context. I think in my head I was saying, like, this is what's his name? The alternate personality that Dennis created and had a fake family with. First season was alright, just got greenlit for... Oh, it did. It is still going. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Because, I mean, Glenn's a good actor, and he deserves a chance to do more. They've definitely all kind of fallen into their comedic roles, though. What's that one that Rob McElhenney is doing on Apple TV? The fact that it's on Apple TV is really what has prevented me from watching it or being interested in it in any way, because I just don't feel like... Man, the cable wars are back, and I'm not into it. I am not into it. I was so happy as we moved forward into the era of streaming, and we have just started sliding back into the dark ages of cable packages. I'm not happy with that. I think it's fair to say that Rob McElhenney is probably... It's hard to say that he's the most artistically talented of the gang. Like, that's such a broad concept, but he certainly seems to have the most really experimental ideas. You know what I mean? Hey, hang on a second. Cinnamini Minzy. There we go. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We're just talking about a little It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. One of my personal favorite shows. Is Patton Oswalt in AP Bio? You can tell how much of it I watched. There was a pretty funny show on... What was it on? Was it on Hulu? It was like an original that they were working on, and it was called... Those Who Can't. You know, he plays the principal. I should go check out that first season since it's complete and they're definitely doing a second one. But there was a show called Those Who Can't that was about some high school teachers who were just scumbags. And I remember the first episode of it. I didn't even really keep up with it. I don't know if they finished it. But the first episode had this one teacher who thought of himself as a cool guy getting shown up by this like high school jock kid. And they spend the entire episode trying to get back at him through all these complex schemes. And then at the end of the episode, they wind up just hiring someone to beat the shit out of him in the parking lot. I realize it doesn't sound that good when I'm just describing the plot and the outcome, but it was very amusingly done. To have fully grown male, supposedly actualized adult characters at the end of the episode celebrating their accomplishment of paying to have a child beat up in a parking lot. It had a very similar energy to It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where the main characters are clearly not to be idolized in any way, shape, or form. Alright, time to get some highlights going. Work a bit on his skin. Did I ever watch The Mick? I don't think I watched any of The Mick. That was Caitlin Olsen's show, right? I want to start streaming painting, but I don't think my webcam is good enough to do so. Gear Falcon, what webcam do you have? And also, before you answer that question and tell me what webcam you have, and I get into that, let me just say, your webcam is good enough, and you should do it anyway. It's not, like, you don't need a really, really good, you don't, like, is having a nice webcam to stream with, particularly for painting, is it good? Yes, it's a good thing. You have a Keo Razor, and you don't think, dude, your camera is more than good enough. Abso-fucking-lutely, you could start streaming tomorrow with that bad boy. Come on, man. Gear Falcon, you know, I'm nervous too, man. Every time I hit go live, I'm a little nervous. It comes with the territory, man. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what the secret is? The secret to overcoming that? You want to know the trick? Really? You just hit the button anyway, man. You just hit the button and go. I want you to ask yourself a question, Gear Falcon. Really, like, ask yourself this question and examine it, okay? What's the worst that can happen? Imagine... I haven't watched The Mick, by the way, Frankie Carbone. I would be interested to know if it's any good. I like Caitlin Olsen. I mean, really, though, ask yourself, what is the worst-case scenario? What is it that, when that anxiety flares up and I'm like, yeah, but I'm not going to do it, what is it you're worried about happening? What sequence of events is playing out in your mind that is so terrible that it's stopping you? You may find that you don't even know. That it's just a vague, formless anxiety. And you know what? That anxiety doesn't deserve a place in your mind. It does not deserve a place. It is formless. It is on its own. It is in no way based in reality. So kick it the fuck out. Why waste your limited bandwidth on nonsense like that? When you could be having fun, streaming on Twitch, hanging out with people, man. The worst is that I talk to my dude. If you actually, like, that's not that bad, dude. I know that that's advice that a lot of streamers give, where it's like, you know, just get used to talking to yourself. It's not that bad, dude. There are millions of people on Twitch, millions and millions and millions of people. You will be one of millions of people talking to yourself. Is that really so bad? Is that really so bad? Get used to doing it. Because it's useful. So here's the thing, that talking to yourself, that's a useful skill even when you do have a good number of viewers. Later on, when people are actually showing up to your streams, Being able to just to not look at your view count, to not care about who's in chat, and just still be rattling off nonsense anyway, that's a talent. That's a talent that is relevant to streaming. Get used to just opening your mouth and then saying stuff. Just letting it out. Yeah, and besides that, Gear Falcon, honestly, Gear Falcon, seriously, with this community right here, do you think nobody's gonna be in that chat? If anything, what you should be worried about is the fact that, like, 9 people from this chat are gonna boost you and you're gonna have, like, 30 people in your first stream. Like, that's a much more realistic concern. And that's always the stream when you're like, I don't know how to work my camera, nothing's working, how does OBS go, you guys? Oh no! I think you should do it, Gear Falcon. And I don't think that anxiety has any place in your mind. I think you should let it go. Kick it to the fucking curb, man. It doesn't deserve your energy. Trying to practice talking to myself when chat is quiet. Also trying to practice spelling, but that's not going so well. The proof, as they say, is in the pudding. Stream it. Stream it, Gear Falcon. Get that Tau Commander ready to go. Figure out the paint scheme you want to do. Get OBS fired up. Hit start and just start painting, man. Here's the thing. You gotta see if you like it. Streaming is one of those things where I don't feel like you can know for sure whether you're even going to enjoy doing it until you've started doing it. It's, because you might do it, and it might go well, and you might just be like, I don't really enjoy this. This isn't doing anything for me. I'm not really having fun. Who puts proof in pudding? Who puts proof in pudding? Well, I mean, I think it's just supposed to indicate that, you know, if you do it right, it will be self-evident. The proof is in the pudding. You tried a new pudding recipe. And in my mind, this saying involves using a new pudding recipe that you're not totally sure of. And the proof that it's good is in the pudding when you get done making the pudding. Now, here's the question. When we say pudding, are we talking about pudding like Americans mean it, you know? Like a delicious sweet treat? A chocolatey bowl of slop? Or are we talking about pudding like the Brits mean it, which is horrible and horrifying? And I think it has blood in it. It's like a meat disc. It's an old saying, so it might mean that horrible way. I don't know. I don't know. Someone should figure that out for us. Gear Falcon, I want you to stream, my friend. I want you to stream. I want you to try it. I want you to try it one time. And if you don't like it, do it one more time. Or you can quit. Either one. But, you know, try it at least the once. Depends on the pudding, maybe, like Yorkshire pudding or blood pudding or different things. British foods and snacks confuse the crap out of me. They really do. Every time I'm over in Studio J7's chat, when he's streaming here on Twitch, I'm always asking about British snacks and shit, because I know a lot of their names and I don't know what they are. Like, what the fuck is a papadom? What is a papadom and why do you eat it with chutney? And furthermore, what do they mean when they say chutney? Because when I hear chutney, I think it's like a maybe sort of a rich, relishy, kind of spicy thing. But when I hear papadom, I'm like, I don't know, that sounds like maybe it's sweet. And why would you put like a relish on something sweet? What's wrong with the Brits is really the question I'm asking. What the hell is monster musty? I don't know either. Black pudding is made from pig's blood. It is nicer than it sounds. Robosh, I recognize that. I will give the British that they've got a solid breakfast. They have a very, very solid standard breakfast. When I was over in England, I stayed mostly in beds and breakfasts, which I think is the correct plural. And I didn't know what blood pudding was the first few times that I ate it. I just thought it was actually pretty tasty. Went well with fried ham and scones and clotted cream. Which, you know, it does. What's with all the blood foods, though? I mean, to be fair, a lot of our favorite foods do involve blood. We just don't draw attention to that fact. we Americans are more squeamish about that sort of thing. England really does have, like, okay, it's not that they don't have good food. They've got some quite good foods. They have some very, very tasty foods. And then they have some foods that are just baffling in their awfulness. These have to be foods that were born from times of famine. There's no way around that. Yeah, clotted cream. Scones and clotted cream. That is amazing. You wouldn't think so, because the word clot is, like, profoundly unappetizing. I don't want to eat clots of anything. But it's so good. Yeah, we had some real haggis while we were up there, too. Haggis isn't half bad. It's one of those where it's like, it's popular to be grossed out by haggis, because you're like, ew, it's made with sheep's stomach and a bunch of other random crap that they put in there. And it's like, you know, but so is a lot of crap that we eat anyway. There are plenty of perfectly standard, acceptable American foods that are basically just made of, what's left of the animal? Okay, toss it all into a skin made out of its stomach. The entire advent of bologna is fairly nauseating in that fashion, but you know what? I still eat it. Not like regularly, mind you, but I don't mind a little touch of fried bologna. That can be a pleasure. I'll eat almost anything, though, if I'm being honest. I'll eat almost anything. And I will give them the being able to walk into almost any pub in the entire country, sit down and get some, like, fucking fried fish and chips, some cod, and big old french fries is nice. I don't think I had a bad fish and chips the whole time I was over there. What's Scrapple? So Scrapple is interesting. I didn't grow up with Scrapple, but my wife did. It's like a Northeast thing. It's like a New England type dish. I was not super into the idea of Scrapple, Datron Voltari, until I went up to New Jersey for the wedding of a friend of mine. And we're army buddies. And so we ran into, or rather, you know, it was myself and some other buds. We all went up for this wedding, and my boy Mortos, his father owned a restaurant up there, so we got a hotel room nearby, and we ate pretty much all our meals there for free. And they did a breakfast buffet on a Sunday. And they had some Scrapple. It was, I guess, Scrapple that, I don't think they made it, but they sourced it from an actual, like, local farmer. And they had a big dish of it, and it was all just thinly sliced and nicely fried up to a little crisp. And you take these slices of fried Scrapple, and you, like, drizzle a little maple syrup on top. Oh, it's so good. It was so good. I really quite enjoyed that. Scrapple can have a place on my table any day, as long as it's good. I know that there's some crap Scrapple out there. Like, you can go to the freezer section in most grocery stores throughout the United States and find some brands of Scrapple-like products, but most of them are bad. They don't really compare. I'm not really big on the popularized Northeastern foods. I went to Philly, I went to Geno's, I had their cheesesteak. It was nothing to write home about. It's good, don't get me wrong. A fucking Philly cheesesteak? It's tasty. It's as tasty as meat and cheese on some bread is ever gonna be. But people treat it like it's the holy grail of food. Peach Tea Scrapple, MCB, enlighten me. That's accurate to Square. It's pork whatever, mixed with cornmeal and then fried to a crisp. Here's where proof is in the pudding comes from. The original version is from the proof of the pudding. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. And what it meant was that you had to try out food in order to know whether it was good. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can tell you what's in something all day long. You can go, that sounds good, that doesn't sound good, but until you put it in your mouth. Until you put it in your mouth, you won't know how much you like it. That should be our motto. We should make that the motto for this stream. Until you put it in your mouth, you don't know how much you like it. We'll get more views that way. I feel good about this idea. I feel like this is the future. Thunderhead Studio. Until you put it in your mouth, you won't know if you like it. I know what I said. The Holy Grail is spam, the one thing completely preventing you from going vegetarian. Yeah, I don't dislike spam. Spam is another one of those that gets a bad rap just because of what it is, but it is, in the right circumstances, really quite tasty. And fried up, I'm totally down. Hey, Wombat Combat Prime. How you doing today, man? Hope you're having a good one. Go get a shout out for Wombat Combat here. Friend from down in Texas, recently begun streaming, has a great channel, definitely worth checking out. Oof. I am fighting against drowsiness today, guys. This is unusual for me. I'm not usually tired this early on. Like I said, though, my sleep schedule has been wacky. It's only going to get wackier since I'm going to be streaming until midnight on Thursday, like a loon. Like a loon. Having a bit of a rough week, but it's moving along, you know? One of my favorite sayings. Wombat Combat. This too shall pass. All things. This too shall pass. We just gotta get through these times. Sometimes that's the ticket to life. Keep moving. Keep moving forward. Keep going. It's only when you stop that you really start to die. Hey, let's rage. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Did you know that the original Latin, actually, the origin of the word garage comes from the Latin, and it's derived from the phrase go rage, as in garage. And go rage, it means it is a place to go rage. Just a little fact. You might want to, carry that one forward with you. Thank you so much for the reminder. It doesn't mean that at all. I just watched all of Workaholics recently. Give me a break. Garage would be a great metal band name. I want to make a band and just name it various artists. Just to fuck over people who use playlists. I guess I should have some talent before I do something like that, though. No, not necessarily. There are plenty of bands that start with no real talent to speak of. Holy hell, Outsider Miniatures with the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Not to be confused with Insider Miniatures, his arch nemesis and evil twin. Well, hey, let's rock was taken. Cut me some slack. Oh, shit! Kara! Kira! How you doing, girl? It's good to see you. We met and by met I mean digitally, when I was doing my Judge Dredd costuming thing. We met back around in 2013, 2014. It's good to see you in chat. How are things? You don't like Kara? Kara? We've been over this. How you doing, outsider? Hope you're having a good day. Dread days. Those were the days. Drug bust. Perps were uncooperative. How you doing, White Wolf? Back to work as usual. Fuck yeah. Yeah. That's the other side of this too shall pass, is that also applies the same to your vacation days, you know? Who would you say is the sexiest miniature painter? Ooh, that's a tough one. Now, we're not talking about just here on Twitch. There are a lot of mini painters here on Twitch, but we do not, by any stretch of the imagination, comprise the sum total of miniature painters in the world. The sexiest miniature painter? I might have to go with Duncan Rhodes. I might have to go with Duncan. I know that Henry Cavill paints some miniatures, but I have a hard time defining Henry Cavill as a miniature painter in that sense. He is an actor who paints miniatures. But is he a miniature painter? I think even Henry would probably challenge that. I'm going to go with Duncan. My best fire engine impression. What? The fact that I'm sitting here thinking about, like, how would I do a fire engine impression? What does that say to me? When I think fire engine, what do I think? You know what? I got one for you. You ready? Are you ready for this? Y'all better be ready, because it's going to happen fast, and it's going to be intense. Alright? My best fire engine impression starts now. There you go. You get it? Because it's an inanimate object. Because the vast majority of the time, it's sitting silent in a garage. And I feel like if we're going to represent objects and people, we should represent them in their most natural and common state. Or as Walter's Workshop puts it, wee-oo, wee-oo. I mean, that's another good one too. But honestly, that sounds more like Cops in Britain than it does a fire engine. Tell me about this can of Aquanet in the background. That is my 3D printer's secret. Oh, I didn't mean to leave it back there. I'm going to give away the whole game. Aquanet, I use that on my print bed for the sake of part adhesion. I give a little spritz to the print bed before I start every single print, and I cannot recommend it enough. Aquanet is fantastic for that purpose, and you buy one can, and you pretty much have all you're going to need for the rest of your life. You actually... You recorded me saying wee woo, and you're gonna use that as your follower alert. Damn it, I got conned, you guys. I just got played like a fucking fiddle. Terrible. Terrible. You can use water-based glue sticks too. Yeah, there are a number of alternatives, a number of methods that people swear by for enhancing and ensuring bed adhesion on 3D printers. Aquanet is my go-to. I don't plan to use anything else until I run out of Aquanet, which is not going to happen for a good long time. It has not failed me yet. I mean, it's not that I haven't had print failures since I've started using it, but they've always been the fault of something else, measurably speaking. What are you thinking of Twitch? Hey, let's rage. You having fun? There's so much shit to see on here. It's a bit like the Wild West. And if the Wild West was full of giant fucking nerds. Oh, people using your voice on stream? How awful! Without my consent, Chaotic Harmony. I feel violated. I always asked you. I did lots of stuff for you, Chaotic Harmony. I asked you, you know, and then, you know what I did? I pretended like one day I might pay you if I had the ability to do so, which probably made you feel better about letting me use your voice. I was lying, yes. But I still did it. I still did it. Haven't figured a thing out about it yet. Just signed up. Enjoying the stream. Well, that is the most important part. The most, yeah, my audio clips are still broken, and I'm sad about it. I don't know why. I don't know why it's doing this to me. I've reset it just about every which way I can think of to do it, and I just can't get sound to come out of the chat bot, and I think it's because when I installed Voice Meter Potato, it janked up all my audio drivers, and all of my virtual audio cables are installed as audio drivers. There's just the tiniest little piece of debris here that got stuck underneath the paint, and I'm just pulling it off. Hate it when I do that. No, it's still there. Stubborn little sumbitch. Let me just fling this blade towards my face a few more times. That seems safe. Oh, I just paid for it in advance with all that painting stuff. Okay, I see. If you accept that logic, then I accept that logic. I am not going to argue. There it goes. Now it's looking nice. Well, you know, check it out. Hey, let's rage. Take a look around the place. I'll tell you what, we have a lot of really worthwhile people right here in chat for you to throw a follow to start your Twitch journey. If I may suggest, humbly, that you follow, at a minimum, who do we got here? Chaotic Harmony, Walter's Workshop, Project Dark Fox, Riot Sister, and I'm sure we have a few more right here in chat that would do a great job for rounding out your initial follow roster. Would I steer you wrong? I mean, I might. Would I do it on purpose, though? And the answer is yes. But would I do it knowing that I would... Okay, I might. But I'm not. The point is that I'm not. That should be the main takeaway. Would I? Yes. Am I? No. Except that Walter guy. He's a bit of a menace. He'll sneak into your damn house and he'll play Chumbawamba on your speakers until your fucking audio drivers break. Nope. Nope, Gear Falcon. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Look, I made that joke during Doom 2016, and I almost threw up a little bit in my mouth, okay? Oh, jeez. Why do I... What is this? It's like my chat exists solely to torment me. Shameful. Shameful display. A little bit of dwarf skin without the rust red mixed in. No, no, we're not doing this. Why did I mention Chumbawamba? Yeah, tell me about this, Roland. You got canonized? When, where, who, how, why? Yeah, see, you know, Let's Rage, you know how accurate that statement is. I am incredibly pretentious. I will also sit here and argue that Pacific Rim is like the pinnacle of cinema. Both of these things. How do they exist simultaneously? Well, because I'm full of shit, that's how. Short stories, Bonds of Battle and Burdens of Honor. Where are they published? I want to check this business out. Is this in the new magazine? That part does hurt me. It hurts me every time, Rio. We gotta actually sit down and watch Pacific Rim in our monthly movie watch nights. I think that could be fun. Also, it's one of those movies that I look for literally any excuse to watch every opportunity I get. Cherno Alpha, unfortunately, existed solely for the purpose of selling how dangerous the situation was so that Gypsy Danger could come out victorious, and we'd be impressed by it. If I were to criticize that movie in any way, shape, or form, one of my top criticisms would be that I could have gone for a lot more Cherno Alpha. But I understand why it happened that way. Yeah, same way with Crimson Typhoon. The idea was that you're supposed to go, whoa, they're super badass, and then they get annihilated, and you're like, oh my god, this is like really a problem. I think that maybe one of the most genuine weaknesses of the movie is that they only sold how badass Crimson and Cherno were with dialogue and not with action. So by the time they go down, you're thinking like, oh, I guess they weren't that badass. But they were. They were, I'm telling you. That's pretty accurate. As a matter of fact, Datron, Cherno Alpha is the Worf of Pacific Rim. They exist to get their asses kicked, so you know the situation is serious. Oh, come on! They could put Cherno back to... Now that I think about it, no, that's probably never going to happen. I think Cherno was pretty dead. I don't think they oversold Striker Eureka at all. I challenge that, Rio. I say watch that scene again, because in that scene, Striker Eureka beats ass. Striker Eureka beats the ever-loving Christ out of Otachi. Like, Otachi doesn't even land a hit. Striker is just like, Boom, 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 punch after punch after punch. No chance to respond. Knocks it down into the water, grabs it by the neck and the tail, lifts it up above its head, and throws it. Like, that kaiju was going the fuck down. And then another kaiju activated a weapon system that they didn't know existed. If it weren't for that, like, Stryker was the best. But unfortunately, it seems like it ran on batteries. Whoopsies. But again, they had no reason to know that that would be a thing. They had no reason to know that the kaiju would be able to do that. No, Hamburg Tack, stop yourself, control yourself, contain your urges. Biggest problem is the Deus Ex sword being pulled out in the final fight without being shown or mentioned earlier in the film. And Play and Win, there is no reasonable argument to be made that that happened for any reason other than the rule of cool. The sword did... I could make an argument. I could make one argument. It is admittedly a little flimsy and it reeks of hand-waving, but I can do it. It is odd that it was not mentioned, and I think that this could have been solved with, like, one line of dialogue. And the reason that it would not have been used would be that, well, Kaiju Blue. They said in the beginning of the movie that, when the Kaiju are defeated, and they mentioned a few other times, they create the toxic phenomenon known as Kaiju Blue. So destroying them inside of the city is, it's a bad move. Destroying them even close to the city is a dangerous move because you're essentially dumping a biohazard in a population zone. Ideally, you would stop it far away from the city and you would use those weapons there where the corpse could be cleaned up adequately. Like I said, it's a flimsy answer, but it's there. And that doesn't really give a reason for them not to mention it as an option. Ultimately, it existed because it was really, really cool to see a mech get flown up into the atmosphere, pull out the sword, and, well, they didn't seem concerned with the salvos of rockets. I think it's fair to say that they showed that the anti-kaiju weapon systems in the movie, the missiles and the plasma gun, cauterized the wounds pretty effectively. Even when Stryker dumped all those missiles into, what's it was called? Mutavore. It didn't really bleed all that much. And, furthermore, it's really, really risky to fire those weapons in the city because chances are you're going to hit a building. Again, I fully acknowledge that these are justifications and excuses for the fact that most things in that movie happened because it was cool. But I don't think that... Here's the thing, though. I don't think that Guillermo del Toro... Words. I don't think that Guillermo del Toro would argue that point. I think he would go, yeah, it happened because it was cool. Scene also illustrated the writers didn't understand how power plants and digital systems work. Yeah, I know that, Sumitha, you're right, with the whole, analog and nuclear, and I headcanon that to just go, Gypsy has a reactor, Stryker has batteries. That works. That solves the problem right there. But, Guillermo del Toro isn't he's not a physicist or a reactor engineer. He is a fat Mexican man who is stuck in his own childhood, and God love him for that. It would have Sumitha, but then they could have had it just go off again, too. It's not perfect. It's not a perfect movie. It just does a lot of things right. It has, for my money, one of the best... I was fine with all the reasons that they ultimately did everything in that movie. They did it for the right reasons. It's a film where they know what details are important to pay attention to and which ones really just aren't, because most of those don't affect the plot in any meaningful way. And let's face it, we all wanted to see those things happen anyway. That's what I thought too, Walt. Like, the first time I saw it, I was thinking, like, does that make sense? Can that work? And then in my head, I was just like, okay, well, one runs on a battery, and it got drained by the EMP, and the other one has a reactor. Sure, fine, that works. You're not wrong, Sumitha. That was the very first thing that Gypsy did, was go after that weapon and disable it. Ripped it right off his back. I do love that movie. And I'll be the first to admit that I make allowances for the logic of the film for the sake of how pretty and how fun it was. I absolutely do. I do it consciously. It did so much right that the things it did wrong just don't matter. Just don't matter, and particularly when it's compared to the travesty of the sequel, and I put big air quotes around that. It was just like... See, this is why I say it cared about the right things. It cared about the right pieces of physics, because before we can get to, I should have had a sword earlier, before we can get to, the nuclear analog thing didn't make sense, let's address the fact that if you were to pick up a cargo ship, by one end with a big robot and try to drag it down the street, it would just come to pieces. It would just fall apart because it's not designed at all to be that strong. It's designed to float in the water, and if it were to come up out of the water and be twisted even a little bit, the whole thing would just come to pieces. But you know why that doesn't fucking matter? Is because the scene where Gypsy picks up a cargo tanker like it's a fucking boken and just brutalizes Otachi across the face like 4 times is so cool. It's so cool. I do not give a shit. And I feel like the writers also demonstrate their understanding of the physics rules that they're bending with some other fun details in the movie, like the way that the kaijus and Jaegers affect the glass of the buildings around them when they're walking. And I always love the scale irony of things, like you have Gypsy walking down the street, her feet smashing into the concrete and buckling it beneath her, crushing entire cars with no problem whatsoever. And then, as Gypsy's doing this, Gypsy does take the time to lift her leg and step over a footbridge. Like, has a moment when they're like, well, let's not step on the footbridge, let's try to avoid that. So she steps over the footbridge and stomps on another car. Like, there's a pleasing irony to it. It was surely no Titanic. Still not very good at doing skin tones. I'm just trying to build this up reasonably, and then I think once I get these arms built up, I'm going to come in with some washes to try to blend them together with their shadows. Actually, I might use a little dwarf flesh to ease some of the shadows on top, because they're pretty stark. Like right here, that's probably too much. That could be eased down. How you doing, Play and Win? It's fucking good to see you, dude. Play and Win, a good personal friend of mine from down in Texas. By the way, I heard you done got hitched, buddy. Congratulations. Yeah, Gypsy starting the Newton's. Yeah, you have Gypsy Danger with the giant fucking fist. Punches and misses, goes through the building, hammers through multiple walls as the fist goes, and then slowly comes to a stop as the momentum is arrested, bumps into a chair, and then starts up the Newton's Cradle. And then comes back, and it's a beautiful shot. I love that shot because as the fist comes back, the camera follows out of the building, and you see Otachi with its arm wrapped around Gypsy, just pulling her back, and she proceeds to get body tackled through a building. Oh, I've seen that movie too many times. I really have. I don't know that I have any contrast of that type, but I'll tell you, contrast paints are a pretty easy one to kind of whip up. Yeah, Guillermo loves his scale plays like that. He loves like the little Newton's Cradle getting bumped by the big mech fist, or when Gypsy had to physically stop Leatherback and was getting pushed back, and you see her heel bump against the cleat, and the seagull gets bothered and goes flying off. I mean, there's no way that a seagull would have been within a mile of that fight, but it doesn't matter because it's cool. 15 minutes of Pacific Rim talk. Oh yeah. Always, always, always.
Elbow rocket! Now!
This is gonna be a strange day. You don't find me talking about Pacific Rim a wee little bit. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, indeed, White Wolf. The usual cutoff time for the Storm Report tonight. That is the plan. Almost everything is more... See, that's the thing. Nothing in MechWarrior is even the littlest bit realistic. Nothing in MechWarrior is even the littlest bit realistic. Because there are some fundamental core conceits that are absolute nonsense. Now, I say this as someone who loves mecha. It's because I love mecha that I've examined how possible, how reasonable, how feasible, how even desirable the concept is. And ultimately, over the course of my life, come to the conclusion that we don't want mecha. Mecha don't make any sense. The physics required to make them work would make them so incredibly fragile, and they would be so expensive to build, and they would be dependent on so many fine factors to function at all that they don't make any sense, and they wouldn't really grant you any significant benefit over a tank. Tanks do everything that we want mechs to do, better, cheaper, more reliably. Almost without fail. The moment you say, let's take a tank and let's put it on two legs, you are accepting a universe based on the rule of cool. Because even if it were possible, there's almost no reason to do it. I will give Pacific Rim that they came up with a reason that you might want a mech of that size before they waved their hand and went, yeah, it's impossible, but also shut up. Hey, 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 hooty hoo, how you doing today? Do tanks pick up boats and hit things with them? I thought not, but again, we don't need anything to do that, play and win. That's not a requirement of any modern military. Oh, then why didn't people evolve to have dreads instead of feet? Ooh, you got me there, Shock21. Fucking checkmate atheists. I think you know why. I think you can probably put that together. Let's go Star Wars and put 6. Fuck yeah, ATTE. That's the place to be. We didn't get enough of the ATTE in the movies. It showed up like one time. And like a few other times in the background, but not even being used. But tanks can't fly. I mean, for the most part, neither can mechs. And when you go, but jump jets, yeah, we have officially flown right outside, right past all plausibility into Nonsenseville. But see, that's fine. There is a power that comes in accepting the rule of cool. There is a power that comes in accepting the nonsense simply because you want the end product. You know? It frees you from needing to make things plausible. Make things plausible. Don't necessarily make them realistic. White Wolf, thank you for the reminder. And also a big thank you to you, Riot Sister. What about anime mechs? Gundam works, right? I feel like Robotech probably had one of the, for as silly a cartoon as Robotech / Macross is, I feel like they had one of the best in-universe explanations for why you would want a big humanoid fighter like that, and it had to do with the fact that these Zentradi invaders were like 20-foot tall dudes. They were dudes, and they were like 20 feet tall, and they themselves climbed into these battle pods that then had a bunch of weapon systems on them. So they needed a machine that made a human being into the functional physical equivalent of a Zentradi fighter. It's a flimsy explanation. It's probably one of the most solid explanations you get for anything in all of Robotech. Of course, they also had a battleship that transformed into a big dude and punched spaceships and then disgorged mechs into them by opening its fist, so... Shh, forgot to run. Shh. Just accept it. So the scientist who designed the, what were they called? The Arrow, no. Why can't I remember what the mechs are called in Robotech? There's a word. Shit. You know, the transforming ones. Veritech fighters, yeah. The Veritechs and the Destroids. See, that's what I thought, Roland. Is that not the case? I thought that the Veritechs and the Destroids were both designed specifically to counter the Zentradi. Yeah, because they reverse engineered that technology after they found the crashed spaceship. And there were corpses of Zentradi aboard. Robotech's a cool show. I like Robotech. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it. I have to give Robotech credit for one thing in particular. And that is that they brought the Minmay plot back into relevance when I didn't think that they would. The pop singing love interest of the main character, who was one of the single most annoying fucking characters in like all of anime history. The fact that they brought Minmay back around in a big circle into somehow being actually important to the final war effort was perfect. It was perfect. I liked it. I thought that it was hilarious seeing Zentradi, who were just enthralled with Minmay's music because they'd never heard music before. The idea that she was a pop star that could bring them out of their culture simply because their culture did not have music. She didn't have to be a great musician. She just had to be the musician that was there. She just had to be accessible. And she was. Alright, one more round of highlighting on these here muscles, and then I think I'm going to give it a little bit of a wash. Something fairly pinkish. I think youthful flesh has some pink in it. I mean, Sumatha, to be fair, I feel like if the knit that you're picking is, I don't feel like the Zentradi would have been completely isolated from all music. Like, that's so far down the list of absurdities that I struggle to care that much about it. It's like, we've already accepted that they're 20-foot tall dudes with goofy little battle pods that they have to curl up into the fetal position to drive, and that they, for whatever reason, follow mindlessly a military order that, for whatever reason, wants to invade Earth for, you know, because reasons. But of all those things, the thing that's least believable is that they don't have music in their weird Janissary culture. I don't know. Yeah, it's like the clans. There you go. Strato's publishing his own game in universe. Yeah, I've seen things about that for a while. What's it called? Hard War? I've seen many, hey guys, we're making Hard War, and I've seen nothing about what the hell the game is, or what it's supposed to be, or how it differentiates itself from essentially anything. I don't know many of the particulars, and I feel like that has to be something of a failure in marketing, considering I think I'm in the target demographic. I'm pretty sure I am. I love mech games, right? I do. It's true. He just published the World Basics. Are they interesting? I'm not opposed to there being new mech worlds to explore. I've been looking lately at a game that just released off of Kickstarter in late 2019, and if anybody in chat has heard of this, please feel free to chime in, or knows anything about it. It's called Lancer RPG. It's set in its own little made-up universe, its own setting. It has some really cool art in the book for it, and it is a role-playing game, like a tabletop dice-based role-playing game, that has two main phases, that being downtime and then skirmish time, and in skirmish time you're piloting a mech. And then in downtime you do like some light role-playing and stuff. And the game is very crunch light during downtime, as in it's very broad, and there's a lot of, see, Hootie Who knows what I'm talking about. Walter also. So I've been thinking about trying to, because the one thing I don't like about it is that all the non-mech combat is as light as it is. Now I haven't tried it. I'm going to try it. I think that assuming that we do this upcoming role-playing game for Cyberpunk and we have fun with it, I always say that I think we're going to. I have no reason to believe that we won't. But assuming that we do, I'd like to roll a game of Lancer at some point over the next few months, just to try out the system, because I think taking the mech combat system of Lancer and rolling it into the more individual role-playing systems for stuff like Cyberpunk, say, could yield exactly what I'm saying, Hootie Who. Use the mech combat system on top of another system to create a dual role-playing. I think that has potential, but I want to try it in its raw form before I do anything like that. Square has a campaign running with folks at work, so for those of you who have played Lancer, Iberben, you can download the basic version of the core rulebook for free on their website. Yes, I believe it's $25 for the finished PDF. It has a lot of cool art in it, though. But for any of you out there who have played Lancer RPG, I would love to know your opinions on it. I would love to know what you feel works about it, what you feel doesn't work about it, how, like, if you've played a game, what was your experience? Oh, Roland, I don't give a shit about the story. I'll just say that right now. I do not give a shit about the universe or the story in Lancer RPG. All I care about are the mechanics of the mech combat. Maybe it has a good story. I don't know. Maybe I'll find out. But that's the thing. I honestly feel like the setting, like a setting for an RPG is not unimportant. It can, if you're not into writing your own setting, it can give you a jumping off point. You know, in fact, it can be very important. But for experienced role players, which I shouldn't be like, oh, for experienced role players like me. I've done a lot of role-playing games in my life, but it has been so long since I've done it. Like, I want to warn you guys, I am going to be real rusty when we start playing. But, you know, they say it's like riding a bike. I feel like the setting is the least important part of most role-playing systems. Because I can wave my hand and the setting can be completely different and nothing changes. The rules, the crunch, are what matters to me. What kind of a story can I tell with it? So I'd very much like to know your experiences with Lancer, if you have some. Datron seed a bit of Lancer, designs are a bit neo-feudal, techno-aesthetic. Honestly, Datron, after looking through the art that they have for Lancer, the designs are kind of like everything. Like, it's such a broad shotgun of concepts. As a fan of Star Trek, not fully fledged Trekkie by any means, I will say that SJW has compelling stories. Says Star Trek and social justice are not related to... Oh, no, like... That's a phrase that I avoid because it's politically loaded, but I think that you would be living in a goddamn fantasy land if you didn't acknowledge that Star Trek is an aspirational science fiction, and that's a phrase that I prefer. That is a phrase that I prefer. Aspirational science fiction. A science fiction story that looks to the idea that, however you may regard their idea of better, they're saying that we as a species can be better than we are. Star Trek is very aspirational. Star Trek supposes that we live in a post-scarcity society, which is crazy. Just crazy. The basic version is 256 pages. Well, it must have something to it. It's a really fun war game. It's kind of XCOM on a hex grid. The RPG stuff is kind of there, and the customization with the different manufacturers is pretty fun. What compelled me a lot about looking into the Lancer basic book was the way that they handled leveling up your mech part availability. In that you level up licenses. You get a license. You do well enough on missions and your license levels up, and that license gives you access to more and more gear at that point. I like the idea. Because the question of, wait, how do I have access to gear and why do I have access to gear and do I have to pay for it is always a bit of a question. And I would like to try the system out, see how I like it, and if I enjoy it, if everybody enjoys it, if it's fun, maybe adapt the mech combat system on top of another role-playing system like, say, Cyberpunk, and run a story where players have access to mechs and use them sometimes. See, it has to be done well, though, Walter's Workshop, and I definitely feel like there are a lot of settings out there. There are a lot of role-playing games with a lot of settings. Most of them suck. Or if not suck, aren't really that interesting. You have to have a really compelling storyline to enforce it onto the rule system and make me enjoy it. For instance, I'm interested to see what they do with this upcoming Dune role-playing game, because that is an amazing setting. I'll be very interested to see what the mechanics look like for traversing the fucking Empire on Guild Highliners, you know? What about a mech D&D? That's what we're talking about, Gear Falcon. That's essentially what Lancer is. Yeah, I think that Vergaderung here at some point over the course of the year, we're almost certain to see an attempt to play the Lancer RPG here on the stream. Almost certain. I won't say certain. I'll say almost certain. What's up, Ghost for the win? How you doing today, man? For a military campaign where you're driving an assigned unit or a post-scarcity print-a-mech world, it's fine, not as much for a gritty merc run. I feel like you could impose more limitations on the accessibility of parts, Datron Voltari. I feel like you could. That's why I really like Legend of the Five Rings. It's samurai Game of Thrones, so politics has a combat system, and also being a samurai, you're not supposed to show your emotions, so there's a strife, so yeah, it gives you a reason to roleplay mechanically. A lot of people seem to like Legend of Five Rings. I've only ever played one game in the setting. And that was a card game. I like role-playing games, you guys. I like role-playing games, and I have been essentially prevented from playing them by circumstance for years, whether it be the accessibility of players, the amount of time that I have to play, the difficulty of I mean, you know, this plays into accessibility of players, but you guys know, getting a group together is hard enough in the first place. And then, particularly if you're military, like I have been for so long, with the way that we move around, keeping players is a big question. And Twitch is still fairly new to me. I've only been on here for a year. I've only really even been using Twitch for a year. I missed a lot of the advent of things like Critical Role and you know, role play and the big names that have been doing online role playing. But I love what they've been doing. This is a new avenue. This is accessible to me. The availability of players is much broader when they can be literally anywhere in the world. So, I say we give it a shot, you know? Why the hell not? Why the hell not? Where's my flesh wash? I'm gonna use flesh wash and a little bit of purple. Purple tone. The brown's kind of red. There's flesh. The other one I've been playing is Revelation Skirmish by White Light Media. Oh, I'm very familiar to Square. I am very familiar with Revelation Skirmish. It's very, very cool. I have enjoyed a few games of it. I got stalled on painting. I've got a bunch of minis printed, and I've only painted a few of them, and I feel kind of dumb. Hang on. Where is he? For doing all this printing and playing the games, I really feel like I should spend more time painting the models, but, you know, the number of figures I have to paint is so great. So great. Where is he? There he is. But yeah, I'm definitely familiar with Revelation Skirmish. And the fact that he has the files for these all available as STLs that you can buy and then print your own forces is fan-fucking-tastic. I saw that he's working on a new project in the setting, too, which is exciting. It came out really nice, didn't it, Walter? Like, nicer than I thought it would for how quickly I did this. He just went live with the Kickstarter? I haven't seen it yet. I'll have to take a look. Putting down a dab of flesh wash and a dab of purple. I'm going to do a little bit of mixing and washing here. Go with his little bits of brown and purple on his more vascular areas up towards his biceps, and the crook of his elbow and his armpit and such. Granted a little extra lividity. Come in with some plain flesh wash kind of over top of that on the broad areas. Don't want to let this pool too much, so I'm going to pull that out of some of these. Brock has some crazy muscles. Crazy huge muscles. They're more deeply sculpted than some of the armor plates on Iron Man. I'm gonna have to check out that latest Kickstarter. Rick Graham is an awesome fucking dude. Excellent game writer, and I wish him all the best. I'm gonna have to check out his latest Kickstarter. Thank you, White Wolf. I'll take a look. Yeah, that's a good question. What is the Kickstarter called? You can go ahead and post it here in chat, honestly. Well, no, I've got links turned off. We'll definitely post it on the Discord, and people go take a look if you're interested. That makes sense. It was obvious from the writing that he did for Revelation Skirmish that he's very into Greek and Roman influences. This is too dark. Considering his core republic, his pseudo-humans are basically space Rome. Basically space Rome. I appreciate that he was willing to create a fictional universe that he disconnected from Earth or modern reference almost entirely. If I were to level a criticism of the way that he did that, I would say that he distanced himself from the reality of Earth within the storyline while keeping so many cultural affectations of Earth that it became a little bit hard to buy, to stomach. Alright, so I'm just going to do a quick compare of our flesh tones from the first to this one. I do think I'm going to let this wash set, and then I'm going to come in and I'm going to ease out some of those shadows because they got pretty heavy, and he could use some more highlighting across the back of his arm there. Yeah, he could definitely use some lightening up. He is much, much redder this time around, which I kind of want. We're just going to need some easing out. Still, progress is progress. Yeah, it does. It looks much... That's the thing. When I do the arm's length test with these two minis, the new one looks a whole lot better. That and the increased lividity, the much greater red tones are going to contrast well with the rest of his outfit as compared to the old one. You just got a suntan. There you go. It's good thinking. Alright. Now on to doing some highlighting on his jeans and such. And I am going to use Snow Shadow for that. Nice pale blue. Maybe a bit too much of it. Let's thin that out. What am I always saying, Vergaderone? This is the wrong mindset. This is the wrong mindset. You don't need to get back to painting, Verg. You want to. You want to get back to painting. Need is such a loaded phrase, and it can fundamentally change the way that you think and feel. about a subject, about a topic, about a task, when you change it from I want to do this, I would like the end product of this, to I need to do this, I'm obligated to do this. Don't feel obligated. Obligations are no fun. Obligations, by their very definition, are something you're doing almost against your will. Well, I guess not against your will. You accept obligations on purpose, but you know what I mean. So don't feel obligated. Don't feel like you need to. You don't. If you never painted anything again in your life, you know what? You'd be fine, but you want to. You want to paint because you want those minis. You want those minis painted. You want them to look good on the tabletop. You want to have them. Let that want turn into a passion, and let that passion lift your brush. So many things sitting in boxes, judging me, their little plastic eyes, following me. Quoth the Raven Guard, nevermore. I guess that'd be more appropriately the Telltale Heart, and not necessarily, well, you know, you get it. You get it. You get it. Thunderdome Drew coming in with the vengeance. What else looks great on the tabletop? A freaking badass Borealis. How's the Borealis coming, Thunderdome Drew? And thank you so much for that sub, my friend. Always appreciated, never required. How are you today, my friend? If we haven't gotten a shout, we have gotten a shout out because my mods are the best damn mods on Twitch. There's one for you, Let's Rage. Go ahead and give Thunderdome Drew a follow. He's your kind of jackass. I think you'd enjoy. I mean, he's your kind of gentleman. I think you'd enjoy his stream. Free hand on shipping crates kind of night. Ooh, that's exciting. That's exciting. When are you getting started, Thunderdome? Usual target. You have a fantastic stream time, because on the days that you're streaming, you're usually starting just in time for me to throw a raid your way, and I love that. I love that. Because not everybody sticks around for raids. Are a funny thing. Not everybody sticks around for them. And I get that. You're not necessarily looking to watch Twitch all day long. That's not necessarily your goal as a viewer. You might just be here to watch one person do one thing, and then go get to something else. You may have a limited amount of time. But, that being said, I always like to have a raid lined up so that I can send people to a relevant and quality stream. Someplace that I know, someplace that I trust, someplace that I feel very confident they will get high quality material that is in line with what I attempt loosely to provide. And Thunderdome Drew gives me that on a regular basis. He fills me with that confidence, so that I can hit the raid button, fire, and forget, and move on. And I can't quantify what a favor that is. So Thunderdome Drew, buddy, keep doing what you're doing, man. Everything. Everything, Walter's Workshop. You know, Thunderdome Drew, thanks would be in order if I was just doing it as a favor, but I speak the truth. I try not to blow smoke up anybody's ass, just as a rule. Doesn't mean I don't do it from time to time because I'm a reasonable human being and sometimes that's what people need, but generally it's not something you're going to catch me doing. I may look for reasons to praise things, but my praise is genuine. If you value that praise, I appreciate that. Personally, I have a hard time seeing why people should care what I like or what I think is good, but I'm still gonna tell you, because man, I got opinions. I got these opinions, man, and they're just bursting to come out of me just all the time. Absolutely will do, Drew. You know, that's something that's very true, Drew, and has been a unique challenge for streaming in 2020. We have all of us, every single one of us, myself included, have all needed, maybe not every single one of us, but a lot of us, you know who you are, have needed that little bit of extra something this year. I think it's done everybody a little good to be reminded now and then that you're good enough. You're smart enough. And gosh darn it, people like you. "2020, man. 2020 has been such a kick in the pants. How you doing, Balloonist? I know it's Balloonist, but you couldn't take that name, so you're Balloonist. Good to see you, man. Damn, Walter, I had no idea. Yeah, I'd imagine that really kind of did. Shit, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. God damn, you know who else? Daylight Gamer. Dude who got me started streaming. Beginning of this year. He went through a divorce, like, in the first few months of the year. It was a real bitch. You have the voice in the back of your head talking smack their face. Give the voice in the back of your head talking smack their face. It should mean about as much to you as their opinion would now. Hang on. You know the snot-nosed asshole you hated in high school? Give the voice in the back of your head talking smack their face. I'm not putting the sentence together right. I'm distilling that you're saying, fuck those guys. I think that's the core element here, is fuck the naysayers and be your own damn cheerleader, and that much I agree with. I'm having a syntax failure on the sentence itself, though. But yeah, I mean, it's like I've been telling people all year, too. I mean, the simple truth of the matter is, not just this year, but all years, the world wants to tear you down. By its very nature, the world wants to rip you to pieces. At least the people in it do. In a very non-specifically malicious way. The world is just waiting to get its hooks into you and to rip you down so that others can feel good about themselves. It will do that to you without any help whatsoever, without any encouragement. All you have to do is open yourself up to it, and it will happen. With that in mind, you, no matter how you feel about yourself, you don't have to do that. You don't have to tear yourself down. Even if you don't feel like you deserve the praise, even if you feel like you deserve to be punished, which so many of us, for whatever reason, do seem to feel that way. You will be. You will be by the very nature of the world that we live in, so don't help it. You can afford to be your own cheerleader, no matter what. You can afford to believe in yourself. There are situations in this world, there are lives people live, where truly no one believes in them but themselves. Most of us are lucky enough to have some people who believe in us as well. But you can always believe in yourself. You can always be your own cheerleader. You owe it to yourself. You need at least one. And who knows, the world might surprise you. Once you believe in yourself, other people might believe in you too. And wouldn't that be nice? I'm glad to hear that, Walter. And Drew is saying is that you should assign as much attention to that naysaying voice in the back of your head as you would to the opinion of an asshole back in high school. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You know, that may be true, Balanist, but it's cheaper. I've gotten... This sounds like... This might be too much. This might be a little gauche to talk about. I feel like... I was just talking about how you deserve to praise yourself, and in the next breath, I have trouble doing it. So, if you're hearing what I'm saying, and you want to believe it, and you still struggle to implement it, know that I, the one saying it, also struggle to implement it on a daily basis. I have been told many times since I've started streaming here on Twitch that I've got a good voice. I've been in weird situations where I go into chats, streams that I don't generally participate in, and I have people who I don't know going, hey, you're that guy. You're that guy with the voice. And it's interesting to me because this is not at all what I intended to market myself on when I came here. And yet, it's got me thinking about it now. I'm starting to believe that maybe there's something I could do with that. I don't know. I'm a pessimist, you guys. I'm a pessimist and I'm a cynic. In my heart of hearts. Which, I mean, that might surprise you. It might surprise you considering how out of my way I go to speak positively a lot of the time. Fundamentally, I tend to think the worst about people, about myself, about the world, about potential. The idea that I might succeed at something comes with the fear that I won't. It's a silly fear, isn't it? It's a silly fear to fear that you might not succeed if you try something. Fundamentally. Because you're going to fail if you don't try. I guess maybe it's more comfortable because it doesn't seem like failure if you don't try. But it is. If you never try, maybe you never have to face rejection. But aren't you just rejecting yourself before anybody else can do it then? Is that healthy? I can't imagine that it is. There we go. See, our jargon knows what I'm talking about. We're going to do some erotic audiobooks. That is precisely what I was leading into. Thank you so much, jargon. How you doing, man? How are things? It's good to see you. It is going to be sexier than you could possibly imagine. Miss 100% of the shots you don't make. Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. Walter, stop being me, dude. Stop being into all the same shit that I'm into. Or maybe the real lesson here is that I'm just into some really, like, generic pop culture shit, and there are a million clones of me out there. I'm not sure which lesson to take from this. Can't believe that Netflix is losing The Office come into this year. Just a few days now. I don't know what I'll do without being able to binge watch The Office. It's like a staple of my existence. Yeah. You should feel an urge to rewatch The Office. It's the most binge-watched show on all of Netflix according to their metrics, which I do not have a hard time believing. Didn't really like The Office. That's surprising for Gatarung. Most people fucking loved it. That's not necessarily for everyone. I don't like all of The Office. There's definitely a point at which I stop watching when I do my binge watches. There are a few episodes I just don't watch, too. Like, I thought Jim and Pam's wedding was awful. Just awful. And the show definitely gets weaker once Michael Scott leaves. Generally don't like sitcoms. It's not like most sitcoms. If you've never watched it, Crossbow Roof, if you've never watched it, go give it a shot. You got nothing to lose, and you might actually find yourself enjoying it. Which episode is that, Walter's work? Like, I remember it happening. I remember Jim biting his lip. It happens like a few times. He bites his lip multiple times. But I can't remember what happens in that episode. It is stupid for Gatarung. Here's one for Gatarung. Have you watched the British version of The Office? You might enjoy that more. You might. A little dab of my Ghost Gray here to work up some more highlights. There's a German version? Really? Oh yeah, no, as honestly, our jargon, The Office is, anytime somebody asks me about the phrase Flanderization in television, I think the best example you can give of Flanderization is in The Office. Watching characters who were written to just be sort of background normal people reacting to insane situations and circumstances slowly becoming caricatures of the few defining qualities that they had. They were never really meant to be characters, they were meant to be reference points for normality, to reflect the insanity of people like Michael Scott. And over time they had to become real characters, and the way that they became characters is by taking the few defining qualities they had and just doing that over and over and getting crazier and crazier until their quirks were their only defining qualities. And by the end of the show, most of the characters are just caricatures. But then the ending of the show is much, much weaker than the beginning. Where the office gets lice, has a bunch of fun at his job, and oh yeah, that's pretty late. That is pretty damn late in the series, Walter's Workshop. The whole show has gotten kind of lame by then. And then when they have the cameraman like step in to defend Pam and suddenly become a character, like, that was such a weird choice. I get that even they had, it was sort of meta, like they'd realized they'd moved away from the mockumentary style to the point that they wanted to remind people that it was still the premise of the show, but it was strange. I thought it was surprising that they made Andy into as unlikable of an asshole as he was by the end. They spent a lot of time making us like him and making us sympathize with him after being an asshole in the beginning, and then they were like, oh, never mind, he actually is a giant prick. Oh, okay. Yeah, Michael Scott is unfortunately very real. I have not watched, what is it, IT Crowd? I know, there's probably some people who just gasped at that one. It's on my list of like shows I keep meaning to sit down and watch. I've heard amazing things about it. Main reason you stopped reading Dilbert, you fucking live it. Scott Adams is such a disappointing human being. They say you should never meet your idols. Well, I'm going to add on to that. You should never read the Twitter feeds of your idols. I don't know who may not be aware of this yet. Cover your ears if you are really, really in love with your memories of Scott Adams strips. He is a dildo. Like just an unapologetic fucking moron who says some of the dumbest crap I've ever heard in my life. And it's unfortunate because he does have like a really keen insight into the absurdity of the office workplace that has spoken to many of us on many levels. I was very surprised myself when I discovered that. I don't want to Gear Falcon because it is largely political, but I will just say that while I absolutely disagree with him politically, it is not my disagreement with him that makes me call him out. I know people who espouse his views, who agree with him, who are not as fucking stupid as he is, as just aggressively idiotic as he is. And he has, I mean, it should seem obvious from the way that he writes, but on top of his political viewpoints, he expresses them in such an unbelievably condescending way while simultaneously being factually incorrect about things that I have a hard time respecting him as a person at all now, and I'm sorry that that is the truth. Like, there's being a political partisan, and then there's being just a fucking moron, and he crossed that line a long time ago. Sat down this weekend, watched Blood of Zeus on Netflix, like Clash of Titans, but animated by the guys who did the Castle... Oh shit, that actually might means I need to... words. That might mean that I need to watch that. The Castlevania animation is excellent. When are we getting more Castlevania, by the way, guys? When is that happening? I know they're making it. I need Hector. I need Hector to go on a fucking vampire bitch killing spree so badly. I need it more than words can express. Stopped in to tell you to check your messages on Discord. I will be able to do that here in just a little bit. We're the Gamers, thank you for the reminder. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check it out. I like Castlevania. And I'm all about good animation. I will watch poorly written shows if they're animated well. This brush is not being the most cooperative with me today, but it's getting the job done. And now, good night. We're the Gamers. Thank you so much for stopping in, man. Thank you for the reminder. I will check out what you sent on Discord and get back to you just as soon as I can. I'm bad about keeping up with my social media, but most of you probably know that by now. God, that would be weird, ARG jargon. Speaking of which, I will say that that is one of the greatest values I've gotten out of having HBO Max. I picked it up mostly because I wanted to watch Raised by Wolves, which I have been watching, and woo, that show is weird. This show is so weird, but so cool. Like, I'm totally down with Ridley Scott's whole obsession with trans and posthumanism. I think that a lot of the time his obsession with trans and posthumanism descends into some truly meaningless navel-gazing, but Raised by Wolves may be some of the most meaningful content he's ever produced. It's very strange, Crossbow Roof, and if you've only seen, like, parts of it, like the beginning, it gets much stranger. It gets much stranger. But it's compelling. I also feel like, from a writing perspective, he knows exactly when is the right time to wave your hands in the air and go, it happened because magic. Like, he needs to answer some questions at a certain point. He's like, look, it's magic, okay? Just deal with the fact that it's magic. And you're like, alright, fine. As long as you acknowledge that this doesn't make any sense and you need magic to make sense of it, then cool. Whatever, bro. The point when characters are asking, but why is this thing this way? And the person who knows goes, I mean, I don't really know. Would you say getting HBO Max is worth it? Oh, that's right, I started a sentence, but I didn't complete it there. It has all of Studio Ghibli. All of Studio Ghibli's movies are available in HBO Max, as well as the entire DC catalog. Like, they tried the DC Universe app for a while, but now DC has just been rolled into HBO Max. I would say the value is definitely there for HBO Max. It has a good variety of movies. It has Raised by Wolves, which is a fantastic show. It has all the other quality shows you've come to expect from HBO. It's the only place you're going to be able to watch things like The Leftovers, which, oh my god, watch The Leftovers. Watchmen. All of Studio Ghibli, all of DC. So far, I have found it to be worthwhile. Maybe the magic was the friends we made along the way. In a way, Walter. In a way. It's unavoidably true, really. Maybe the real magic was the Walters we met along the way. I'm not gonna lie, the narrative for Raised by Wolves is fairly obtuse, but I've been enjoying it. It's definitely one of those shows that is going to, like, almost aggressively refuse to answer some questions because it's trying to make you think about the themes that those questions bring up. And not everybody's into that. HBO Max is worth it just to be able to watch the final season of Game of Thrones. I mean, yeah, how else are we gonna rewatch that? How else are we gonna sit down and really dissect and enjoy the Battle of Winterfell? I can't even pretend to be excited about that. I don't have it in me to fake the enthusiasm that I need for that trash. Oh, God. You know, there are some things that are bad, but enjoyable in such a way, and I know that you'll be able to sympathize with this experience, where you watch it, and it's fun. It's fun, or maybe you're just excited enough about it that you're inclined not to notice or care about the things about it that kind of don't make sense. You're like, whatever. It's fun. I'm having fun. You're on the edge of your seat because you care about the characters, or the special effects are so cool, or the fights are so good, and you get to the end of it, and you have what I call the Phantom Menace effect, where you give it some time, and then you're like, wait a second. None of that made any sense. And then you start thinking more about it, and you start pulling on these little mental strings, and it comes apart more and more and more, and before you realize it, you hate this thing. You feel like somebody just pulled the bag over your head and socked you in the face. And it took you a minute to realize what happened. What the fuck was I talking about when I started that sentence? Oh, I know. Okay, it took me a second. I bring this up because of Game of Thrones Season 8. Because there have been a lot of bad movies that have tricked me for a moment, or that I have simply enjoyed and then only realized later, that actually wasn't really well written, like, at all, and I have to acknowledge its weaknesses. Game of Thrones Season 8, as I watched it, I was like, well, this sucks. Like, this is bad. Like, events are occurring on screen, and I'm going, well, no, that's dumb. Why would anyone do that? What the fuck is going on? As I watched the Battle of Winterfell, I actively had problems with what the hell was going on screen. My point really is that it's gotta be pretty fucking bad to be able to hate it in real time like that. It's gotta be pretty bad. That, you know what, that was the phrase that I was kind of thinking of Walter's Workshop, because phantom menacing isn't accurate. Phantom menacing refers to a specific phenomenon where it is the excitement of anticipation and the high of release that leads you to completely gloss over some of the dumbest shit you've ever seen in your life. Phantom menacing was when we came out of the theater for the Phantom Menace, and we were like, this is the best thing we've ever seen, this is amazing. This movie was amazing. I loved everything. I loved everything about it. We're all talking to each other. We're like, it was incredible. Oh my god, did you see Darth Maul with the double blade of the lightsaber with 2 blades? We were so excited. And then time passed, and we were like, oh, wait a second. Let me go watch it again and make sure that I saw that part right. And then you watch the Jar Jar Binks scenes, and you're like, oh shit. Oh no. Oh, this movie. Misa thinking this movie bomb bad, making mistake him. And then you slap yourself a few times for having said that. But yes, refrigerator film. That is the phrase that I was trying to think of. And yeah, you watch it and you're like, it's really great. And then you're up at 2 a.m. and you open the refrigerator and you're standing there and you're staring at things and you're just trying to think of what you want to eat. You know, that moment. And then you think back on the movie and you're like, hold on a second. That actually didn't make any sense. Yeah. Well, we didn't need the refrigerator for Game of Thrones. It sucked in real time. Do. Little dark tone, little blue tone. Do some washes over this to bring my blue down. Darth Jar Jar. I'd be okay with that at this point. Star Wars can do whatever the fuck it wants at this point. I can't. I'm having a hard time giving a shit anymore. I used to. It's probably fair to say that in the past in my life, I have cared too much about what Star Wars did and when and how. I cared more than was necessarily appropriate or sensible or healthy. That's probably true. And it seems that I am incapable of having a rational and measured response to anything in Star Wars because the only alternative that I can see at this point is not caring at all. Which, it seems to me like an overcorrection, but I don't know how to stop it. I don't know how to stop it. Have I ever heard of the Smithy Awards? I think I've heard of them, Crossbow Roof, but I'm not really sure what they... Like, I've heard of them, but I haven't looked at them or know anything about them. That and the Duel of the Fates left a better feeling than the rest of the movie. Yeah, it ended on a high note. It ended on this note of like, ooh, Darth Vader's coming! We were all excited about that. I never read anything in Wheel of Time past The Winds of Winter. Winds of Winter? That was it, right? That was like the last one that he wrote before he died, I think. Or close to it, anyway. Or wait, is that the name of a George R.R. Martin book? Is that the one he's working on now? I'm mixing up my books done by fat, self-important authors who never intend to finish their series. Which, unfortunately, there are several of now. Winter's Heart, thank you so much. Yes, Art Jargon. It was Winter's Heart, that is correct. That was the last one that I read. That's the one? Yeah. Yeah, I read that one. Now, at the time that I read Winter's Heart, I was fairly young, and I didn't know most of the details of the author's life, nor did I care about them at the time. I was just like, this sucks, and I moved on to other things. At that point, I moved on to, I think, Terry Goodkind, who was just coming out with, like, The Wizard's First Rule, and so on and so forth. And I was still young enough that I didn't understand what I was reading was basically like a BDSM fetish book. That came later, and arguably awoke some uncomfortable parts of my psyche. Is there an advantage for Sable versus synthetic? Gear Falcon, yes. There absolutely is. It has mostly to do with brush control and precision. Sable brushes, they clean very well. They take conditioner and soap very well, and because of the way... Now, I'm sure someone could explain this better than I can, as far as reasons that this is true. It holds tips better, where synthetic brushes and their bristles will fray over time and move away from the center. I mean, it'll also happen to synthetics, but... Or not to synthetics, to Sable, but Sable will come to a nice, fine tip for you. And then once it's loaded with paint, it will maintain that tip, and it will... you know, it takes technique, but then you can put paint down in a nice line using that tip. There are more reasons to use synthetic than this. In fact, there are a number of brush techniques that you can use with synthetic. God damn, I keep mixing it up. A number of techniques that you can use with Sable that you can't use with synthetic. My brain just isn't working right tonight for whatever reason. Blending the Void. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream, and welcome to the Storm Chasers. Goodkind is a sack of bullshit. Yeah. I only came to realize that later. Goodkind is unfortunately very, very high on his own farts. Not a humble man at all. In fact, I came to understand as I got older and went back and reread his books that he was actually talking down to me a lot of the time. And creating, for that matter, his books wound up being very political by the end. And he was creating these fantasy scenarios in which he could play out his his socio-political power fantasies in a perfect vacuum where he controlled all the players. Which is just lazy, ultimately. It was not good fantasy. It was weird modern politics, and it was done in an incredibly sterile and diluted way. He wasn't comparing political philosophies in a meaningful environment where anyone had the chance to argue against him. He was just wholesale generating bad people to represent the philosophies that he didn't like, and making the people who represented his favored philosophies into, like, literally chosen by reality to be heroes. And then delivering that as if it's good fiction. That, and he really, like I said, I wound up realizing later that it was all, like, essentially sexual fantasy. And it is, because this dude will spend, like, 3 pages describing people's nipples every single time. It is apparently vitally important that we know exactly what the female character's nipples are doing at all times. If you don't know, then you're just not going to get the story, apparently. To call it gratuitous is to be kind. He had an obsession with nipples. There's literally a scene, a portion of one of the books, where it turns out that a dark mage has the ability to enslave people by cutting off their nipples and putting them on like a keychain of nipples that he carries around. And as long as your nipple is on his keychain, he controls your mind? I guess? I think that was what it was? Yeah. The plastic fibers in synthetic brushes are hydrophobic, so if you have a lot of water, use water-based paint, you get that kind of separation with it. Yeah, and see, I knew that there was a reason for it. All I know, being a simple man who just works here, is that when you load your brush with a synthetic, it tends to come apart, whereas you can keep a nice point and thus deliver paint precisely where you want it to go with a natural sable brush. Now, synthetics are useful for a lot of things because you don't always need that to be the case, which is why I recommend that everybody have some synthetics and at least one sable brush. You don't necessarily need a lot of sable brushes, but you probably want to have at least one. It's just, for me, with Terry Goodkind, it's that uncomfortable realization as I'm reading a book, and I'm, like, flipping through the pages, and I'm like, while this man was writing this, he was, like, smearing Vaseline on his own nipples. Like, I know that he was. As I'm reading this, I know that when these words went down, he was abusing himself and really, really enjoying it, and that is an uncomfortable realization. Yes, he died very recently, Walter's Workshop. Never heard a single person say a good thing about Goodkind. Best I've heard is that he's ridiculously political, but not in a way that... Yeah, that's exactly my point, Walter's Workshop. I don't actually have a problem with politics in my fiction. I think that fiction is a good way to examine political beliefs in wide-ranging scenarios. The one thing that should not be done is what he did, which is decide what you like and make the good guys all about that and make them on just amazingly good. Always super duper good. You know they're good because the book is telling you how good they are when you have an internal perspective on the character. And then take the political philosophy you don't like and attach it to a dark mage who rapes people constantly and takes away their minds. Like, that's really, really juvenile. And God, so much rape in those books. Even then, I was uncomfortable with it. He had a couple of neat ideas, neat concepts for a fantasy world, but man, it fell apart towards the end. Somebody told me the other day, was it you, Riot Sister, that he had been working on new stuff for that universe too? The first 3 Sword of Truth novels were pretty decent. Yeah, Thunderdome Drew, I think you're right on with that, because it was the Wizard's First Rule, the Stone of Tears, and yeah, Walter's Workshop. It's by the time you get to book 8, which is called Faith of the Fallen. Faith of the Fallen is just so bad. So fucking bad. It deviates from the primary narrative of the story to take you to a faraway land where Terry Goodkin sits you on his knee and explains to you the evils of communism through his made-up caricatures and propaganda. And it's like, man, you could have actually like delved into some real political concepts here, and you just didn't do it. Is it book 6? I couldn't remember. But yeah, the first 3 were actually fairly decent. It's when... It's still, though, you got into like the Mord Sith in those books. The 4th book, was that Temple of the Winds? Because Temple of the Winds is where it really fell apart, I feel like. Temple of the Winds was... Well, Temple of the Winds is where Terry Goodkin thinks, and I'm just going to throw this out real quick because I'm going to say it. Trigger warning. Mild trigger warning for people who are triggered by mentions of sexual assault. Temple of the Winds is the book where Terry Goodkin feels that it is appropriate character development and meaningful to take a beloved female character and throw her into a pit of criminals to be raped for half the book. And it's ultimately meaningless. Ultimately meaningless. And as a child, it was upsetting. Yeah, Terry Pratchett. Yeah, they shouldn't even be mentioned in the same sentence except as Terrys who do fantasy writing. Well, Terry Pratchett actually understood what fantasy should be, though. I won't rattle on anymore about Goodkin, because honestly, thinking back on it, I get kind of upset about the time that I invested into that series when I was a fairly young reader and I didn't have a lot of perspective. And then later on in life, I would read more. I would read a more diverse number of authors. I would read... Well, later on, I got really, really into Asimov. I got really, really into that sort of gold to silver age sci-fi. Asimov, Heinlein, got into a lot of Ray Bradbury. And then I was like, oh my god, you mean not all writing has to be like this? Super. You're not wrong, Thunderdome Drew. Now, I am not an Ayn Rand guy by any stretch of the imagination, and I don't want to delve too much into that point because I know that it is fundamentally divisive, and I know that a lot of people really think that Atlas Shrugged and the Fountainhead are just like, I'm not an Ayn Rand guy. I think very negative things about her. But, it was... You know what? It wasn't a BDSM book. That's something. Oh yeah, Terry Brooks. Did you guys watch the Shannara series? The Sword of Shannara. I think the show was just called Shannara. I didn't hate it, and I know that a lot of people who read the books are not gonna like it. Like, I know that this is gonna be a controversial opinion. I didn't hate it. I did not hate it. Well, except, of course, for Eatrigi. I'm gonna go with Atrig because there's 3 I's on either end of that. Atrig. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Who's got dirt on Orson Scott Card? Ooh, there should be some. My dirt on Orson Scott Card is that he pretty much wrote the Shannara Chronicles. Yeah, that's what it was called, pretty much. I'm gonna throw one your way here, Drew. I think that the only good book Orson Scott Card wrote was Ender's Game. I tried to continue that series. I did. I've gotten distracted from my Crossbones paint job, so we're going to be going into the Storm Report here shortly. But this is decent progress for today. The arms and the undersuit areas still need some work, but I've got my basic colors coming together pretty decently, and I think a little texturing on the pants is going to go a long way. Still to do are going to be the formed plastic parts like the knees and shins, the holster for the weapon, and then the knuckles on the fist. I'm going to try to do the white cross across his chest, because most renditions of Crossbones, he's got a big crossbones across his chest and a skull on his face. I'm going to try to do that on this one, even though it's not really designed for it. Thank you so much for that follow, Crunchy Coleslaw. Crunchy Coleslaw is the best. You always want your coleslaw to have a little bit of crunch to it. If it's not fresh, then what are we even doing? What are we even doing with our lives? You know? No, it's not. I thought it was Bane. Oh, yes, Mr. Wayne. You see, I have crossed universes. No, it's not. It's not Bane. I can see why you might think that, though, Waltersburg. If I was painting DC, this would no doubt be Bane. Picked that up and just dropped it midway. I was so bored. See, I thought that, oh, crap. What's the actor's name? Manu Bennett. I thought Manu Bennett was a solid... I am forgetting names that I have not forgotten in a long time. The druid. Somebody help me out with the name of the main fucking druid in the story. I'm brain farting. Just all over the place. Somebody knows who I'm talking about. Al-Anon. Thank you. I rather liked his Al-Anon. I realize that Manu Bennett is kind of a one-trick pony, but that one trick he does, I really enjoy. What say we check out what people have been posting? Hey, Jenny Joy. Oh, let's get a shout out real quick for Jenny Joy. Another streamer you should be following if you enjoy a nice, welcoming community, a fun, active chat, and some very, very creative paint jobs. Been doing some really, really cool orc work lately. Of course. Why you gotta use the word degloving, Sumatha? Degloving is one of the most uncomfortable words in the English language ever since I learned what it meant in a medical sense. Ugh. Gives me the heebie-jeebies. Give me the giblies.
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorb paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
The massive mound of Maori man meat. That is an accurate description of Manu Bennett. Manu Bennett has one of my favorite single lines that has ever come out of an actor's mouth in anything. Ever. It is profane. It is astonishingly profane. I'm going to say it. I'm going to tell you the line. I'm just going to say if you are offended by bad language, now is the time for some earmuffs. On the short list for Django Fett, fuck, I would have loved that. I like Temuera Morrison. I would have liked Manu Bennett more. Manu probably would have been a bit more controversial. He does have a tendency to get drunk and get into fights. He did that twice when he was in San Antonio for conventions when I was there. In a dream sequence in Spartacus, which, by the way, is a fucking cool show. If you haven't watched it all the way through, it's totally worth it. I really, really enjoyed Spartacus. I say this as somebody who thought it was going to be just mindless bullshit when I first started watching it, and for the most part it is. But damn it, is that show fun. Damn it, is that show fun. In that show, he has a line where he says, I'm going to try to give you a little bit of the delivery. Well, lick my hole. The pig fucker's still alive. How do you, as an actor, read the words, lick my hole, the pig fucker's still alive, and get into the mental space to say that seriously? Like, I don't, it's just a shocking combination of words. And he delivered it in such a way that I'll never forget it. Also, I think he might have been hanging dong in that scene now that I think about it. He hung dong a lot in that show. He really did. Got to see Xena's nipples in that show. It was awesome. I'm glad that Drew has his priorities straight. Yes, you get to see Lucy Lawless topless. Yes, Lucy Lawless is fucking awesome. And yes, she is incredibly badass in that show, too. There was a lot... Yeah, okay, yeah. There's a lot of dong hanging in Spartacus. So if that's the detail that's going to push you over the edge to watch the show, if you're like, I don't know, like, do I really want to watch it? It seems like it's going to be stupid. It seems like it's going to be juvenile. If you're into seeing some of the most impressive dong hanging in the history of television, and a lot of it, go watch Spartacus. To Google. Oh my god. Just watch the show, Walter. Just watch the show. Like a Willem Dafoe uncomfortable level of dong hanging. I don't know, that's kind of legendary though. That's kind of legendary. There was no holding back. It was equal opportunity. Yeah, everybody got naked in that show. Everybody got... And that show was the first place that I saw Jai Courtney. And I still kind of tear up a little bit when I think about his character. It's a great show. It's a fucking great... Spartacus as a show is better than it has any right to be at all. And then you look into the production of it, the fact that the main character, and I should remember the names of the actors, I apologize for not remembering them, I'm sure there's somebody in chat who does. The main actor playing Spartacus got sick. I think, did he have cancer? He had some kind of disease. And so it was right after the first season he started to really decline. It was cancer? Yeah, it was really, really sad. And they postponed the show because they wanted to keep him really bad. So the whole second season is a flashback to characters from the first season early on in their lives before they met the main character, Spartacus. And then he died. And it was tragic and it was really, really sad, particularly considering the fact that they wanted him back as badly as they did, and that they postponed the entire show and wrote some extra bullshit just to keep him there. And they wound up having to replace him. I will say that the actor they replaced him with did an excellent job. He does an excellent job of stepping into the role and giving us his own performance. He wasn't just emulating the original actor. He did a really, really good job of making that role his own. Let's go ahead and go through the Storm Report. Andy Whitfield, yeah, God, that really was. He was good, too, in that first season. Now, I'll tell you, when I watched the first season of the show, I got about to a part where there were two barbarians in the wilderness having a fist fight, and he punched a guy in the mouth, and there was a slow motion 300 style shot of some dude's tooth flying out and blood spitting across the camera. And at the time, my thought was, oh, it's 300 the show. And I was like, nah, fuck that. And I stopped watching it. I came back to it years later and forced myself past that point and got into season 1, and I was like, wow, I'm an idiot, because this show is actually really entertaining. High quality stuff. All right, let's take a look here. Up first, we have from Crossbow Roof. Figured I'd kick things off with a follow-up from Sunday. Wife finished the Fuck Flake coaster. That's a fun combination. Like what we're talking about, impressive and somewhat obscene combination of words. How about that? How about that for you? Wife finished the Fuck Flake coaster. Had a couple of issues weeding some of the details, but I think it came out good anyway. Oh, that is rather nice. That is pretty damn nice. And this is like glazed ceramic, yeah? That seems pretty high quality. That came out wonderfully. It's just pretty enough that if you're not looking for it, you won't see it. But if you were sitting there drinking your coffee, having a conversation, glancing at it now and then, it might catch your eye. And eventually you'd be like, does that say fuck 2020? And yes, it does, as a matter of fact. How about that? That's lovely, Crossbow Roof. Thank you for sharing that with us. Hey, Thunderhead, what's up, Roland? What you got? Hang on, I need to arrange my window a little bit here so that I can see chat properly. Meredith and Judy say, hello, also to you, Meredith and Judy. Do I know Meredith and Judy? Anybody? Well, hello! Hello to you! Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Nah, that was terrible. That was just terrible. If you haven't seen it, Manu Bennett in the cast did a haka for Andy that will tear you. I did see that. I did, in fact, see that, and it was really fucking cool. Manu Bennett, guys, Manu Bennett is an intense dude. I've met Manu Bennett 3 times. Oh, Meredith and Judy. Oh, that Meredith and Judy. Okay, now I know who you're talking about, yeah. I've met Manu Bennett, I think 3 times. 2 of them were technically at the same event, but they were at different days. But I've had 3 encounters with Manu Bennett, just sort of man to man. And, no, 4. I've had 4. That's right, there was another one when he was up in Dallas, Fort Worth. And you know that animalistic intensity that he has on the screen when you watch him, that just like every word he says is just being dragged out of the mouth of hell a little bit. Like Like this deep depth of meaning just crawls off every single syllable. He's not acting. That's just him. That is just him as a person. Thunderdome Drew, thank you so much for being here, man. You take it easy. Have an excellent fucking stream, my friend. Thunderdome Drew, ladies and gentlemen, please go give him a follow if you get a chance. That's just him. When you have a personal conversation with Manu Bennett, he makes eye contact the entire time. It is deeply and profoundly uncomfortable. He looks like he wants to climb inside your fucking skull and just like rub himself all over your soul. And I think on some level he probably does. He's a very intense guy. This dude, like, I've had personal conversations with him right up close. I have a picture of him with his hand around my throat, which, by the way, was a little terrifying. I had a conversation with him during a Q&A where I stood about 50 to 60 feet away from him, and he was sitting at a table, and we talked for a little bit. I will tell you that he brings that intensity even to that distance. When he was sitting 50 feet away from me, he maintained eye contact the entire time. It was... He's a weird guy. What I'm getting at here is he is a very, very strange man. But when you watch movies that he's in, when you watch shows that he's in, and you see that weird intensity that he brings, I just want you to know, that's not an act. That's Manu Bennett the man. That's just him being the fucking weirdo that he is. And God bless him for it. Alright, let's take a look at what Chaotic Harmony has for us here. And I'll hop right in second place with my newest set of minis. First piece, the Punk Cultist. Really happy with the freehand I did on this one. I had a chance to check out that freehand. I love these colors. I love these color choices. These Cultist models are so cool, but they wind up being so drab most of the time. And here we got Chaotic Harmony going like full on 80s punk with these loud fucking synthwave colors. And I'm really, really digging it. I see that he's been working on his dry brush technique. You can definitely tell here on the weapon. He's he's doing more hand highlighting and blending up here. I mean, still progress to be made, but the color choices and the locations of the highlights are so wonderful. As you get better at blending, man, your paint jobs are going to pop like fucking crazy, even more than they do now. And yeah, we got this little bit of freehand here on the back. He did this pretty badass anarchy symbol. I want it to be brighter. I want the red to veer into orange so that it just jumps out at you right off that purple. But man, that's some pretty smooth work, all things considered. That's I'd be proud to put that down on a mini. Really, really nice work, Chaotic Harmony. Really nice. And I like this. Is this like a stamped green stuff that you did here for the base? That's pretty nice too, man. Really, really cool. Notice North Americans don't like eye contact, though. Where I grew up, it's very common. People thought it was weird as hell when I first moved to Canada. Where are you from, Art Jargon? Yeah, culturally, we're not as comfortable with direct and maintained eye contact. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's true. Yeah, Chaotic Harmony has absolutely been kicking. I can't wait to see the rest of this squad, because this is essentially your concept for the Punk Cultists. They're going to look badass. Chaotic, thank you so much for sharing with us. As always, here we have from Genki. Was asked to share this, a customized Battletech Highlander to represent Transformers G1 Shockwave. Also had the pleasure. Shame that the cultists are so disposable. Yeah, Chaotic, you're encountering the struggle of playing Horde armies that so many of us have had for so long, where you're like, dude, I spent a lot of time painting this whole squad and they look really cool. And then the guy goes, that's great. 10 of them just died from one shot. And then you cry as you sweep your carefully painted models off the table within 5 minutes of putting them there in the first place. Yeah. So let's take a look at Shockwave here. Had the pleasure of seeing Genki's work, I might be mispronouncing that, I'm not sure, in the showcase where she posted not only this Highlander turned Shockwave, she's got a classic Crusader that looks like Starscream. I don't remember who it was, but she's got or what model it was, but there's a Generation 1 Megatron, there's a Soundwave, and did an Optimus Prime, and then did the transformed versions of all of them. Except Shockwave. Does Shockwave have a transformation? I just realized I haven't thought about that in a long time. I feel like Shockwave, because Shockwave pretty much like hung out on Cybertron communicating with the Decepticons for the most part, didn't he? Did he ever transform into anything and I just missed it? Turns into a gun. Okay. The same thing as Megatron. He must not have done it very much because I just don't remember it. Oh. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking too, Rio. I'm like, really? It turns into a gun? I can't remember that. Thought it was a hairdryer. Oh, I got a bunch of smart asses in this chat. This is such a damn cool conversion, though, and the shape of the head on the Highlander is just so perfect for Shockwave. Subtle mods, but effective on all of these. Guys, if you haven't seen yet, go on over into Showcase, look up what Genki posted. A whole bunch of Generation 1 Transformers. So cool. So cool. I'm glad, Firestarter, that I'm not the only person who got confused about that. A flying space... Was he like a gun that you would hold in your hand, like Megatron, which never made any sense to me, or did he just transform into like a combat machine? Again, I can't picture Shockwave transforming, though, for whatever reason. I always liked his voice. I always thought his voice was so cool. Genki, that is fucking awesome, and thank you for sharing that with us. Definitely go check out the rest of Genki's work that she posted. Like, really cool Gen 1 stuff. Giant space gun. I mean, that's better than the teeny tiny pistol that Megatron turned into. I always thought it was lame that Megatron had to turn into a gun that another Transformer had to then use. I remember a shot from, like, the first run of Generation 1 Transformers where, did Sumitha get censored? Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, linking got turned... Okay, so I turned off links for the auto mod because we've been getting more and more bots in here. And it just saves time to have them not be able to post links. I apologize for that, Sumitha. I remember there was a scene when Megatron transformed into a pistol, and the little human dude that hung out with the Transformers, like, picked him up, and, like, wrapped his arms around the trigger and, like, squeezed it and shot Starscream, and I always thought, like, that's fucking stupid. Like, that's a real flaw in the design of the lead Decepticon, that when he's transformed, he can be literally picked up by a human and used to shoot his own lieutenant. That's pretty rough. Alright, coming down. Here we have from Rogue 19K, the last set of photos until this Clan Wolf Star is finished. Need to get back to this one and then do its twin. Liked how the heavy metallic details worked out on the Mistlink, so I'm applying that here as well. Combination of Citadel Lead Belcher and Iron Warriors for the metallic details. Brown is XV88, that's a good color, it really is. And the legs are the Mechanicus Standard Gray. I love that Warm Against Cool. Yeah, I think leaning into the metallic details in the, like, for the vents, for the joints, and then for the weapon systems is pretty effective. Megatron would transform and Starscream is most untrustworthy soldier. Yeah, ideally, that's what I'm saying. Ideally speaking, the lieutenant that he never trusted to do anything right would then wield him as a gun. In less than ideal circumstances, some random asshole fucking hairless ape from Earth would use him to shoot his own lieutenant. That's a major design flaw. It's like he's not even sentient when he transforms. Why did he pick that? He was better later on when he turned into a tank. Really nice work here, Rogue 19K. So smooth. So effective. I want Rogue 19, I want to see you start doing heavier shadows. I want to see you start doing heavier, more dramatic shadows. If I can have a wish, if I can have a New Year's wish from Rogue 19K, having looked at a lot of his painting, having watched a lot of what you've done and how you've progressed, I want heavier shadows. I want volumetric light on these minis. I'm talking shadows on the insides of the legs. I'm talking intentionally shaded areas under the arms. I'm talking shading down here under this big protrusion. I mean, like, really leaning into the artistic side of this, because you have such good brush control. You have such a good eye for color. Your technique has continued to advance step by step by step. Every single mech gets better, and you are right on the cusp of a few techniques that are going to put these things over the top. Over the top. I want to see volumetric lighting and shadows. And I want to see some greater use of temperature in your shadows. I'm talking warm shadows on cool panels, and I'm talking cool shadows on warm panels. These are the things I want. Will I get them? I don't know. I don't know if I will or not. Though my truest wish, my most honest wish, my most achievable wish is I just want to see you painting more, Rogue 19K. You have been produced so many models this year that look so damn good. I want to kick off the new year right, and we can just keep on rolling. New stars, new companies, man. Hell yeah. Try to heavier dry brush on this one, but that's not posted yet. Your dry brushing technique is looking good. If I could pick one thing for you to do, go darker on your base coats, man. Go way darker on your base. Make this base coat before you dry brushed it. Make this a deep, dark brown. You know, just pick a model that isn't a part of a star or lance that you're working on, that you don't really care that much about, and just do this for me, okay? Using the same essential techniques that you're doing right now, but just choose different colors. Just choose a nice, deep, slightly yellow or reddish brown for this portion. Choose, I know it isn't Rogue 19K, but I'm saying just do this for me. Just try it out, okay? Choose a nice, deep blue-gray, a dark blue-gray. I'm talking like, let me see, what do I have here that would be a good analog? Tempest Gray is good. Like Reaper Tempest Gray. Use that as a reference point. Go a little bit darker than that, but keep the cool temperature, okay? And then do your dry brushes. That too, Sumitha, that too, but do this first. Start with the dark color. Then do your dry brushes, and then wash it. As I drop this. Just give it a shot. See what happens. See if you like it. That will be the start of really, really pushing your contrast, because your technique is so fucking good. And if you switch up your color choices just a little bit, you're going to start seeing some really, really dramatic shifts. You are right fucking there, Rogue 19K. Great painter. Great painter. And that's just the next step to growth, in my opinion. In my opinion. And you know, around here we are all about always trying to keep growing. Always trying to keep growing. Try that on the spare summoner. Exactly, that's perfect. That's a perfect choice. Something that you're like, you know, if you don't like it, you're not going to mind setting it aside or stripping it a little bit, you know? Coming down. Here we have from Gear Falcon, the right shoulder face and faceplate are finally done. Still tons of stuff left to do. I have so many Imperial Knights I need to work on. This always makes me think of that. I even have one that has the Laz Impulsor, or whatever the fuck this thing is called. The faceplate looks so nice on this. I love that you've gone with the open cockpit so you can see the pilot in there. A little janky. He's like, let me just pop this up, pop the sunroof, and get a look right out the front. I need to paint an Imperial Knight. Yeah, I know the feeling, Walter's Workshop. I've got one painted around here that I did a whole complex lighting job on. I've got like 3 knights that I didn't finish. I've got some... I was doing it before I started 3D printing because I ordered the parts for Shapeways to mod it. Yeah. Might try swapping the Mechanicus for the Fang, which is a great blue-gray. Go Rogue 19K, whatever, like, go darker, okay? And when you get to the point where you're like, this is darker, this is good, this is the part where you're going to do me a favor, this is the part where you're going to think, but what did Thunderhead say? I do mean Scamways, yeah, they suck. At that point, though, go darker. Go darker. Go darker than you think makes any damn sense. Dawnstone is a little warm. Honestly, Dawnstone is a little warm. I mean, that's not necessarily bad. Using warm highlights over a cool base can actually yield some pretty cool effects. So I'm not going to say don't do that. Just go dark. Go too dark. You're going to look at the color and you're going to think, this is too dark. Do it anyway. Just once. Just one time. Just try it for me. That's what I want to see. Don't go black. Don't. Well... If you're doing black and then a single coat of gray, a real light coat of gray on top of it, and then dry brushing, that could actually work. Yeah, if that's what you got to do, if you got to mix in some black to get the darkness that you want, I mean, you know. I'm just saying go outside your comfort zone, then. I think you'll like it. I think you'll like it. This is some lovely work. These shoulder panels, man, are such a challenge. Have you considered, or are you going to use the decals that come in the set? Because I'm pretty sure that they're, I mean, you probably are, because it looks like you're going for the Canis Rex paint scheme on here. A bold choice, by the way, to not attach the ladder rungs and little attachment points and rails before the paint job. Ooh, I mean, it's styrene, so you can use plastic glue to attach those after the fact. I always attach everything before I do the painting. Missing the icon here, too. It looks like you're probably going to paint that separately and then attach it. Lovely paint job so far, Gear Falcon. Lovely, lovely. And I'd love to see those decals once you get them put down, too. Since you don't have anything darker than mechanics, yeah, then that should work just fine. Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing, Gear Falcon. I love to see this. This just encourages me to work on my own nights a little bit more, which, if I'm being honest, is some encouragement that I need. I know I don't really do 40k or Games Workshop stuff on this stream, but I do have some 40k and Games Workshop stuff that I want to finish, regardless. And I need that little bit of extra motivation. And honestly, seeing what you guys do is great motivation. Here we have from Kursala, did some reworking on the Gear Falkish legs. Here's the upper portion. The old one was just not great. It has been a pleasure to watch Kursala's refinements to this mech come in. A little bit at a time. I saw the new head that you did, by the way, Kursala. I don't know if I said anything about it. I saw the new head where you adjusted the size of the cockpit glass in accordance with my requests. Looks lovely. Thank you so much for doing that. I want to paint one, and if I can have input on the creation process to make it easier on me to paint, I'm going to do it. Yeah, I like the angles. I like the angles on the new one. I like how this little raised section has come back, and now we've got this part almost sliding out of it. It looks more natural than this being out this way. And a little extra detailing around here. Very cool. Rebuilt this leg from scratch, and it's much better for it. I believe that. Can't wait to see the fully finished product. I think it's going to be one of the best damn bird mechs on the market. Best damn bird mechs. Bird Max. Yeah, sure. Why not? Birdman. Here we have from Hamburg Tack. I give you the bacon taco, but you don't give me, you show me the bacon taco. If you gave me the bacon taco, I'd be much more excited than I am right now. A lattice bacon shell used to hold in all the greasy goodness, and yes, it was messy. If bacon is a primary ingredient and doesn't make a little bit of a mess, you probably did it wrong. By the way, the phrase bacon lattice, like a lattice work of bacon, is rapidly becoming one of my favorite concepts, just as I sit here thinking about it. Oof. I know it's stupid at this point. It's silly to say, like, I love bacon. I'm a sucker for bacon, because culturally we've all agreed that we're all suckers for bacon for the last several years. Yeah, bacon weave. There you go. But I'm just gonna say it. I would eat that in one fucking bite. Just one bite. Exactly, Walter. I would demolish a lattice work of bacon. You can build me a bacon scaffold, and I'm gonna crash through that damn thing like a fucking 80s action star. Just go bam! It's gonna hit the ground, and it's just gonna be vacuumed up. Ooh, looks delicious. Well, thank you for sharing that with us today, Hamburg Tack, on this Taco Tuesday. I should actually announce that more often. Taco Tuesday is a thing, ladies and gents. It was great. That's all I had to hear. Of course, I assumed it probably was anyway. Here we have from Gear Falcon taking a break from the Titan and painting a Tau drum. No, that works. Because technically, they are Night Titans. They are Night Titans. So yes, I was about to be like, it's not a Titan, and then my brain corrected me. So that's something. I'm liking this kind of, it looks like a soft green. Tell me, is this a result of the lighting, or is this kind of a soft green that we have here on the edge here and on the edge here? Because I'm catching green here, and then I'm catching blue in here, in these lines. It's the lighting? Is it more white? I thought it might be, because looking down here and here, I'm like, I feel like maybe the lighting is turning things a little bit green. You going for more of just a cool white? Blue in the line. It says probably what it is, because yeah, I can see the blue in the lines, and then the lighting's making it look a little bit greenish. I love the copper here, the details there. That's very, very nice. It's good to see you getting a little bit more diversity in the paint jobs, Gear Falcon. I find that it can really, really help me to maintain motivation and get my work done faster if I diversify what I'm working on at any given time. Yeah, and I agree with the square. That said, this only being the lighting, I don't hate this simulated green that I'm seeing here. It's kind of a soft winter green. Consider leaning into that. consider leaning into that. Mini General, I want to post it for all to see on the stream. Rogue, go ahead and toss it into the showcase and give me a tag. I'll take a look at it. Be very, very happy to. All I see is a fucking IMC plasma drone. Yeah, Firestarter, I've been having nightmares about those things lately, man. We've been playing a lot of Titanfall 2 Frontier Defense, which I think we're probably going to be doing on stream Thursday. At least I'm going to be. Maybe I don't know. I have Titanfall 2 on my little announcement thing. We'll see if we wind up doing that Thursday. We're going to be playing games either way. But yeah, the IMC plasma drones are... Oh, they're hellacious. They are hellacious in Titanfall 2 Frontier Defense. They sweep in waves, and they tear down your fucking health before you even know they're there. It's ridiculous. They annihilate shields. The white paint is clumpy and chalky. That is a struggle with white paint a lot of the time, Gear Falcon. Applying white is a challenge. Either way, it's looking pretty nice. And yeah, if you feel like leaning into that green, I think it would actually work pretty well. I think the white you have is bad, and it's clumping really bad. Consider picking up some of the least clumpy white paint I've used so far has been Reaper's Master Series. Any of their Master Series paints that are a pure white, or in this case, Dragon White, which is just pure white. Actually goes down pretty smooth. Also, the white from Pro Acryl, I haven't had any real clumping or chalky problems with. White's tricky, though. White's tricky. So let's come down and see what we got from SP Firestarter. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, the painted Turbo Cat from the 1993 cartoon SWAT Cats, the Radical Squad. Ooh, that's nice. That brings back memories. They were black, weren't they? You know, I remember blue, but I guess it was just a blue-black. Damn, this is nice work. Really vibrant red. Love the work that you've done here on the cockpit, kind of brightening it up towards the top. Painting glass, particularly curved canopy glass like that, is a challenge that I myself have not really mastered. I approve of this livery. Oh, it's nice, isn't it? It really is. Oh, yeah, and then we got the blue striping on the back. It's been so long since I've watched or even looked at anything from SWAT Cats, you guys. It's probably been, like, since the 90s, being honest. The claw marks, the cha-cha-cha, they came out real nice. The red. Sick guitar, so yeah, exactly, Ion Raptor, exactly. Firestarter, thank you so much for sharing this with us. It's been a pleasure to watch this print come together. A bit at a time, through the failed prints, and now seeing the finished paint job. What are you going to do with it? You just do it for fun to have it around? It looks pretty big. Or are you planning on working that into a game somehow? Because I bet that would be pretty damn cool. Thank you for sharing that with us, Firestarter. Here we have from Walter's Workshop, from a 1-hour speed paint challenge. I don't... I see you people, what do you mean you people? I see people like Walter do these speed paint challenges, and I'm always just like, man, that stresses me out. I don't know, it's just not a challenge that speaks to me. But it's so impressive when you get good results like this out of it. I knew it would be impossible for me to paint something normal in just an hour, so I went with a limited color palette and some OSL from the muzzle flash to try something new. That's a good idea. Limit yourself so that you don't overanalyze your options. Not perfect, but a fun experiment. I got to see one shot of this a little while ago. I think you posted it on Megapedia's chat. Yeah, this is lovely. For being dry brushing work, limited palette, and 1-hour paint job, this is amazingly... If this is the kind of orc that you would see on like a... I expect to see him on some box art. You know? Did a really, really good job of selling the light coming specifically from this angle. Just partially reflecting on his face, lighting up his... And see, what I like about this, too, is that it would be tempting to be like, well, I need to do non-metallic metal so that I can have the reflection off the metal, but all the orc metal is so dull and pitted and rusty that this really just kind of helps to sell the overall texture of the figure. Really, really cool shit, Walter's Workshop. And glad to see you experimenting with new techniques. Really, really like in particular how it's on one side of his face, and then we have, it looks like some cooler colors in here to kind of balance it out in the shadows. Very, very nice, Walter's Workshop, and thank you so much for sharing that with us today. I love this. Yeah, I'm with you, Project Dark Fox. Here we have from Wolverine DH an Ares Zeus config, printed in FDM. Ooh, really? Paint Mech Warrior Dark Age Zeus style. This was an FDM print. I mean, if I look for it, I can see it a little bit in the toes, but honestly, for an FDM print, that's not bad. Now, admittedly, this is, you know, larger than most mechs. Oh, excuse me. a little drink there. Yeah, that's not cheat. You can't. Here's the thing, Firestarter. You can't cheat. You can't cheat when you're painting models. I know a lot of people say that. They're like, oh, I'm cheating. I'm cheating at the hobby. I'm using Null oil. That's skill in a bottle. I'm cheating. It's not cheating. You know what that is? That's called technique. That is technique. That's skill. That is a technique that you have added to your toolbox and you are now practicing. And as you continue to paint, you will use that technique more and more and more. It's not cheating. You can't cheat. Unless you're setting specific rules for yourself when you're painting. Like, I am not going to use this technique. And then you do it anyway, that would technically be cheating, but you impose that on yourself. Resourcefulness and or inspiration. This is actually really impressive for an FDM print, Wolverine. Wolverine has such a cool board, too. Has done so many neat 3D printing projects. And, of course, I am in love with the lightning bolts arcing out across the hull. You might have seen me do something similar a time or two. I'm kind of a fan of it. Really nicely done. I like the diversity of colors here. We have this central green point above, or rather below the blue that we have for the cockpit glass. A little bit more blue repeated over here. This nicely balanced red across the front of it. This one missile launcher arm kind of throws that off, but I don't know what you do about that. Basing is very nice too. A good diversity of texture. I like the use of tufts. Very, very cool work, Wolverine. Thank you for sharing this with us today. Very, very smooth print. That I'm really impressed with, because this is bigger than most mechs, but it's still fairly small. And you managed to get this to the point where I can only really see the print lines vaguely on the big smooth surfaces and only a little bit of stepping on the angular toes. That's a damn good print. Who was a better Deathstroke, Manu Bennett or Joe Manganiello? There was one more. There was one more who I really liked. Shit. Hang on. I can see his face and I can't remember his name and I feel like an asshole. Damn it. You gotta tell me? Isai Morales. The name was right on the tip of my tongue. He's been in so many things. So many things. But yes, Isai Morales, I actually thought was a pretty great Deathstroke. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Go ahead and correct my pillow there. T-Square's not wrong either. Ron Perlman is a fantastic Deathstroke. But then, most of the people who played the animated characters did a better job than any of the live-action characters did. I can't even say anything about Joe Manganiello's Deathstroke because he's been Deathstroke for all of 3 fucking seconds. He walks into the scene and he takes off his helmet and he's like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna be Deathstroke," and then he never was. So I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to be. But yeah, Ron Perlman's a fantastic Deathstroke. Just like today is the day of me forgetting actors' names. Somebody help me out. The emergency medical hologram. I need to eat something. Apparently. It's bad. Robert Picardo. Robert Picardo played the best of Mazo. Yeah. He definitely did. Thank you. Alright, let's go back to the Storm Report. And coming down. Here we have from Sumatha, Operation Lancaster previews. While the Borealis class dropship is definitely one of the most recognizable entries in Operation Lancaster, at least when it comes to this community, it's not the only all-new dropship entry. Dreadnought Interstellar Industries presented the Sumatha, help me out. I'm going to say it wrong. Abina class drop shuttle Named after the Roman goddess of safe journeys, as a patrol/search and rescue vessel back in the early days when drop shuttles were just becoming a thing, and the ships of the class would later be refitted and classified as drop ships once those became a thing. While she's extremely primitive, all things considered, and hardly compares to the more formidable and versatile Borealis, she is fast and is still a ship class worthy of note, and she even plays a bit of a small role in some of the overall lore. Abiona. The Abiona! Ooh. I like this split. I like this split along the wings, and I love these, what appear to be vents that we have along the side. Also, these intakes here are very, very stylish. These one little forward-swept wingtips on the front. Overall, very, very stylish, very cool, very aggressive shapes. Oof. Are these wheels? Are these, like, landing gears? Like, rolls of them? Yikes. It deploys big... Just like a series of wheels? I mean, it's huge. We have a battle mech here for scale and then some humans down here. This bridge must be massive. Holy crap. And we got some tail weapons back here. A whole cluster of engines. Look at the sheer number of engines this thing has on it. I want a mini of this. Yeah, I know that feeling, huh? 2,500 tons needs a fair bit of landing gear, not to just blow tires. Yeah, once you consider the scale, then the thrust and the landing gear start to make a whole lot more sense. Very, very cool. During Operation Lancaster itself, a number of things go wrong, as would be expected during any military operation, especially one of such scope. Some of the events that take place, however, teeter on the absolute edge of true disaster, such as when the Lancaster Coalition discovers that it is the Blakists. The Blakists have been hiding and planning on using. Pictured, the cage battle armor of the Blackwood Templars makes a disturbing discovery and barely managed to prevent utter disaster in the process. Oh yeah, that would be a little bracing, wouldn't it? And you got these crazed-ass Blakists. Look, his hand. Like, you get the feeling that he was a moment from setting these nukes off when these guys put a round through his back. I love the look of this. Obviously this armor is, like, somewhat evocative of both the Shadowhawk and the classic Leo from Gundam Wing, and I think you know by then that pleases me greatly. It is very convenient, though, that they have these big radioactive symbols, because otherwise I'd be like, is it a bomb of some kind? Well, it's an atom bomb. Overall, a wonderfully rendered scene here. I love the smoking guns and the little bits of damage left over, the smoking bullet holes. Weirdly, one of the best faces he's ever done, I think, that Maplog has ever done, is one half of a dead man's face with his eye staring balefully. Ooh. Note the row of additional objects along the wall. Oh yeah, no, there's a bomb or two in here. 1 or 2 or 4 or maybe 8. Big bada boom, as they say. Like the Blakist sword sigil up here too. That's very nice. That row goes on a long, long way, so plenty of nukes. Thank you so much for sharing this with us. I always love seeing Plog's art. Here we have from Data Nerd: chicken, cheese, avocado, corn, and some vegetables served with lemonada. Ooh, that looks fucking good. I gotta stop encouraging people to post food in here, because it just... How many times have I even said this? How many times have I been like, I gotta stop getting food in here because I get so hungry? God, I'm a broken fucking record, aren't I? Unbelievable. This looks delicious. I think we've got some fresh avocados right now. Maybe I should make some guac. That's a good idea. Just ate dinner and now I'm hungry again. I do enjoy a good chicken taco, though, Walter, I gotta say. Oh, and then we have here, post mine too, same stuff, different plate, same shit, different day, same tortilla, different avocado. Actually, different tortillas, interestingly enough. That's how that works. Yeah, I'm gonna eat something right after this. I'm not gonna be able to help myself. Here we have from Crossbow Roof. Thunderhead wanted to see my Leo model pose, so here's a basic flight pose with his gun. Flight stand is 3D printed on my FDM printer. I did so much. I love Leos, and it's so relevant that it comes up now after we just saw that battle armor with the very Leo-esque headpiece. The Leo is such a janky looking mech, isn't it? It has such charm to it, in my opinion. It's so Spartan. So functional. Nice 3D printed stand. Does he have the mobility pack on his back? Like, I don't think you can see it from this angle, even if he had it on, but they had like those little round twisting mobility packs. It looks Soviet. Yeah, it kind of has that very pragmatic, no-nonsense sort of look to the design, doesn't it? Like, insofar as mobile suits, I mean, there's a certain amount of nonsense inherent in it. It's not a space unit, so it doesn't have the maneuvering pack. Okay. Very, very nicely done, Crossbow Roof, and thank you for sharing this with us. I need to print and paint the Tall Geese. With all the shit that I talk, I need to print and paint the Tall Geese. It's just such a damn cool-looking mobile suit. Yeah. Yeah, the tall... Yeah. We've got Tall Geese at home. The Tall Geese at home. And since it's Taco Tuesday, here's tonight's dinner. Nothing fancy but tasty anyway. Soft shell taco or small burrito, you decide. Or not. Who am I to judge? I'll tell you what I'm really interested in, though, are these sweet, delicious tomatoes back here. I just ate a whole thing of these yesterday. Bought like one of those little plastic containers of the snacking tomatoes and just popping them. Just popping them one at a time. I was going full fucking Denethor, like biting them in half and smearing tomato juice all over my face. No regrets. I want more. These look delicious. Delicious. Of course, if that comes along with a delectable soft taco, that's what it is, by the way. Oh, we got beans, we got olives, we got tomatoes, we got sour cream. That looks tasty. After looking at those tacos, I want more. I mean, it's kind of like consolation. But you being hungry doesn't help my being hungry. A milk steak taco with a side of extra jelly beans boiled over hard. I see. Well, I guess I'll be taking that milk steak to go then. Did you see, Walter, did you see was it Binging with Babish? Babish? I always mispronounce it. I always catch those videos halfway through my wife watching them, so I always mispronounce his name. But he tried to do milk steak. He did milk steak. It was nauseating. Like, as you know, what he does is he then comes up with a version of it that's actually edible when it comes out awful, but yes, he did a milk steak. He also did a grilled Charlie. Check out those episodes. I think you'll like him. Bobish, thank you. Yeah, I know. The guy, he does absolutely amazing things. Also, nice looking ginger beer there. I have not had Goslings. I wonder if it's any good. I should hope so. Thank you for sharing all this with us, Crossbow Roof. Coming down here, we have from Steiner Minis, some of his latest and most impressive work. He has been working on some Death Guard and doing a lot of custom modding. From the looks of it, he turned this captain into an apothecary, because that looks like a, I don't remember what they're called, but the thing that they extract gene seed with, and then like a saw for cutting open armor. Ba, not ball. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa. Really, really nice work on this, I can't remember, Lord of Contagion, I want to say it's called. It's just such a rare thing to see non-putrid paint jobs, more colorful paint jobs on these, and I'm fascinated to see how that is going to apply to these Poxwalkers, which are being done in just garish color schemes. Narthecium. I remembered it as I looked over to read that from Vergaderung. Yes, Narthecium, the tool that is used to extract the gene seed. Steiner, did you make these out of like styrene and paper clips? Because that's pretty impressive work, man. Nicely done. Man, Steiner paints so many models. Like, just compare the raw quantity of work that Steiner does to what I do. It's crazy. He paints 10 models for every one that I get done. Loving this, the non-metallic metal work that you've been working up in the bright yellow brass armor for these Stormcast Eternals, and really, really effective NMM on the hammer here. I got a chance to watch him working on this walker here, too. Such a classic, it's kind of goofy design. I don't remember where this kit came from. He told me where it came from, I can't remember now. It's not Dust. The temptation is to say, oh, that's from Dust. It's not from Dust. Not at all. It's an older kit. I can't remember what it was. Nice work on the weathering and the airbrushing on that one. Steiner Miniatures, by the way, you guys, Steiner Miniatures is a fantastic painter and a really cool dude. And if you're not following him yet, I strongly encourage you to go over to his channel and give him a follow. Check out his work next time. You get to see him working on some truly incredible paint jobs like this. Truly incredible. Japanese kit. The creator sells them for like $400 a fuck my face. $400? I don't know how to break this to you, man, but I could print that for like $5 in materials and maybe $50 worth of my time. Like, that's fucking crazy. But hey, if it falls into your hands, you might as well work it, right? Really, really cool, Steiner, and thank you so much for sharing with us today. Here we have from Hardy. Finished my first ever Space Marine today. Congratulations. Have gone with the Raptors chapter theme. The miniature was a product of lots of firsts for me, including first airbrushed mini, first attempt at battle damage, first proper edge highlight, and first attempt at a glowing visor effect. For as many firsts, you've pulled them off rather nicely. I actually like this attempt at weathering. They look more like bullet holes and pits than the usual just splattered mud that you wind up with on the feet, and I can see that you've gone with the technique of having it be dark up towards the top and that little bit of light towards the bottom edge, so you get the impression that light is falling into a pit, casting a shadow, and catching on the edge. The glowing visor effect also works surprisingly well, particularly for being a first time. I think the blue is a great choice because it contrasts so well against the yellow and the green that dominates the rest of the figure. Nice shading down here as well. All in all, a really, really well done miniature. Good job on the snow, too. Snow is tricky. It's usually one of those less is more kind of a deals. Kinds of deals. That would be the appropriate grammar for that. Oh, yeah. I like these particular greens you've gone with for the Raptors. People usually go kind of darker. These have sort of a yellowish tinge to them. And I think that that really helps contrast with things like the battle damage that you've done, having that lighter base tone. No, this is a solid looking model. For being a first, if you can maintain this level of quality across multiple Space Marines, particularly with this nice edge highlighting across the gradient, like, love some of the best damn looking Marines in town. Get a Raptors decal on that shoulder there, bruh. It's looking a little bear. You know you want to. A little eagle head right there. Yeah. Sadly, the pictures don't show it well, but the boots are also picking up snow. I can kind of see it right here. But it's a little bit out of focus, so yeah, it's hard to tell the precise details of it. Either way, well done, Hardy. Very well done. It's difficult to critique this. Considering the number of firsts that you did here, I think you pulled pretty much all of them off effectively. I would say consider doing a very, very fine edge highlight around the OSL where it's catching the absolute edges of the surrounding armor plates. Maybe. And I would say definitely go ahead and put that Raptors decal down on there. I think that that's going to be sort of the finishing touch on this. Maybe a little spot silver highlight on this skull just to sell the details a little bit more. But honestly, this is I have very little for you, Hardy, except damn good work. Nicely done. Here we have from Roland. Oh, this is your V, huh? How do you look so much cooler than I? Well, I know how you look cooler than I do. You're wearing a hat and fucking sunglasses to cover up for the fact that literally everyone's face looks insane. Sneaking into Arasaka outfit. Yeah, I noticed that I got some of the Arasaka combat gear early on, and I always felt awkward wearing it, because I'm like, who's going to be running around Night City in branded Arasaka gear and expecting not to be hassled? That seems a little mad. A little mad. Is that your smart gun that talks to you, Roland? I need to find that gun. I'm curious about that. I'm definitely going to be delving back into Cyberpunk 2077 here at some point. I just want to wait for a few more of their bug fixes to come through, because I had some really unfortunate ones towards the end of the campaign. It's a sweet looking outfit. I always love the visors with the multiple viewpoints. Like a bunch of little sensors kind of studded across it, almost insectoid. I never found this hat or these glasses. I need to look a little bit deeper, I guess. Looking good, V. Thanks for sharing that with us today, Roland. Here we have from White Wolf. Can't resist. Soon. Trademark. Wheels are temporarily added for picture. Just a few more parts to go in the lower tub before I get to start on the upper half. Woo! Arasaka manufactures and sells branded combat gear. So does military. I guess that's true. I guess that doesn't necessarily make it like Arasaka internal use, because that is their primary business, is selling that to other people, isn't it? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Oh, Trumpeter 135 scale LAV3. Just test fitting the... Yeah, that is a... Woof. Okay, I see what you mean. As far as the sheer number of pieces that have to be involved in constructing the suspension and the drive shafts. They came together nicely for what it's worth. That's some fine glue work, and a close-up on the back door, nowhere near my cleanest gluing, but thankfully all that will either not be visible in reality, or weathering will conceal it all. Fuck that photo etch that's on the spare tire rack. Points at the tiny support pieces just under the top latches. Fuck those parts in particular. These guys. The little brass etch pieces. Yeah, that seems a little bit rough. Those are real. And I look at this and I feel like the manufacturer could have made both jerry cans and the rack for them that is composed of these tiny pieces. This could have been one piece of plastic. This could have been one piece of plastic that you then glued on. But no, it had to be all individual components. Did you buy a kit that's for like super anal retentive military gear enthusiasts? White Wolf, look under the top latch, super tiny piece just under the... What am I missing? Is this not the top latch? Oh, the top latch. Like here? Here? There's a tiny piece under here. The latch is for the tire. Oh, these guys. For the tire to then ride down in here. These teeny tiny little brass etched pieces that you've constructed. Yeah? I mean, damn. The part is so small, it looks like it's part of the damn latch. I mean, it's... yes. These are fucking nigh microscopic pieces, considering this is only a half-inch square that you've got here. Yeah, it seems maybe like it's a bit of a kit made for masochists, White Wolf. Maybe you stumbled into the BDSM section of the model store when you picked that one up, man. This was done a long time ago. I often posted this when rules or fiction didn't make much sense. Ah, it's Giorgio Tsoukalos. As for whether it's anal retentive, it was a $50 kit. You really, for the amount of detail, you almost would have expected it to be more expensive. I don't know if you want more detail than that. Yeah, it's Giorgio Tsoukalos. It's his Aliens pose. I love Giorgio Tsoukalos. I mean, he's a fucking ridiculous asshole, but I love watching him suppose that literally everything that has ever occurred on Earth is aliens. He wildly and almost violently, intentionally underestimates the ingenuity and the potential of large quantities of humans all pushing in the same direction at the same time. And he supposes, like David Childress, that the only way they could have done this is perhaps through some kind of alien beam weapon that produces a gravitational wave to move these stones and to cut them so precisely. I've watched a little bit of David Childress. It's just possible. A game of armored comments. Oh. You do such good work, Project Dark Fox. That, not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens. That will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus to the end of tonight's stream. I would like to go ahead and remind everybody before I get this upcoming raid started that as we move forward in the week and onward to Thursday, December the 31st, if you will be joining us here on the stream, if you do not have other plans, which, let's face it, it's 2020 and probably a number of us will be stuck at home or otherwise just staring at our computer screens, and you feel like participating in the Storm Report, we will be doing the year in review for art. If you would like to participate in the next Storm Report, and I would like to, just for this one, I would like to restrict the Storm Report, attention to mods, to just these entries, as opposed to the usual broad spectrum of entries that we have. If you wish to participate, I want 3 pictures from you. 3 pictures. They don't have to be models, they could be any art that you've done this year. But I want to see the first thing you've done this year, I want to see the last thing you did this year, and I want to see your favorite piece of the year. Those are the 3 things that I want from you. I'm going to be posting some of my own, and we'll go ahead and take the time to go over them during the Storm Report and talk about them a little bit. We will be doing the Storm Report on Thursday at the usual time, even though it is very likely that we will then be continuing to stream towards midnight, since sometimes we get there almost on our own. Anyway, I'm not sure if we're going to be doing Titanfall 2. I would like to play some Titanfall 2 Frontier Defense that night. That depends on who's available to play. We might end up just doing some more Jedi Fallen Order. Either way, we will be playing games. We'll be having a good time. We'll probably do some Among Us. You guys want to play some Among Us? We'll do some Among Us on Thursday. We haven't done that for a couple of weeks at least, and that is always a good time. So let me go ahead and take a look at who's doing what. Looks like we got Holly Monster, Steiner Miniatures, Thunderdome Drew, Zombie Brush Studios, all streaming right now. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot of good picks. But we are going to go ahead and head on over to Thunderdome Drew, methinks one of my personal favorite channels to waste time in, and waste time we will. Added to pick a miniature general. Oh, I'll take a look, White Wolf. Thank you for pointing that out, because yeah, I was just kind of staring at it like it's a tiny part, I'm sure, but that just makes it even harder to see. Ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemechs, thank you to everybody who came out here today. We are at 94. Where's the direction? It's up there. We are at 94 of 100 art streams. We will not be hitting that, obviously, before the new year, but shortly afterwards we'll be hitting 100 art streams, and a little bit after that we'll be hitting our 1-year stream anniversary. January is going to be a fun month. January is going to be a good month. January is going to be a productive month. So say we all. Every single damn one of us. Okay, maybe not every single one of us, but for, those of us who are inclined to do so. Big thank you to all the new followers today. Guys, thank you for coming out. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream. I want to give my personal thanks to my incredible mod team, Kursala, Project Dark Fox, and Riot Sister. You guys are the best. None of this would be possible without you. As I said, we'll be back Thursday, December the 31st, probably going through to midnight, and then we'll be doing some more painting. Sunday, January the 3rd, the first painting stream of the new year. I will announce what that is before we get going. I'm going to send you over to Thunderdome Drew. I'm going to go get something to eat. So until Thursday, keep on painting.